So, good morning to all of you, to all the board members, technical advisors, staff, observers, in person and online. Thank you very much for being here. It's a real pleasure to be ready to start our December board meeting in New York. I want to greet all the participants in this meeting and to extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you as we gather for our fifth and final board meeting in 2023. And I trust everybody has been keeping well and safe. It also gives me a great pleasure, and it's really a pleasure to have all board members for the first time since I joined the IESBA in-person meeting in this room, as well as all the staff, all the technical advisors, the PIOB observer. So I think it's the first time that we really managed to get all together here in person in this fifth meeting of 2023, and it really gives me a great pleasure. I also want to extend a very special welcome to Yao Shu, who is with us for the first time. Welcome, Yao Shu. It's a pleasure to see you here with us. I would also like to welcome our official observers, Begonia Gina, who is representing the PIOB at this meeting, Yohei Ito from Japan, FSA, and of course, Galen Hansen, the IESBA CAC chair, who is here for his last meeting with us. And of course, we will get back to this topic, but it's not yet time for goodbye. I also want to welcome Denise Canavan, who will be supporting Luigi Nisoli. Of course, I think that almost all of you know Denise, who is a former IESBA technical advisor, and Martha Kramerius, Luigi's technical advisor, will be observing the meeting virtually. And in case you are there, Martha, thank you for joining us online and for still being with us. So I also want to welcome Wenjin Shi, who will be supporting Yao Shu, and observing virtually. We have we have many people, but some of them who are familiar to us, like Kim Gibson or Lisbeth Austerman, and Gina Maldonado, Tony Maran, Salzkau. So people who were formerly in this circle and who still keep keen to observe the meetings and be somehow part of the family. And finally, I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to the other international observers who are here in person, and the observers who are observing this meeting online. So thank you for joining us and for your interest in being with us in the meeting. Before I say a few words about the agenda and update you on the latest and more recent activities of the board, I would like to make some comments about rotations in this board. Very sadly, we will soon have to say goodbye to a considerable number of board members and others in this circle who have been very important contributors for the success of the board. Namely, this is going to be the last meeting for Sanjeev Chaudhary, Felicien Munvuni, Jens Paul, and Yao Shu Wu. These four board members will leave us as board members, but of course, they will stay with us, not only in action with everything that they will have left us, but also because this is an ongoing process of growing and maturity where all these members had a very special role to play. Galen Hansen, as I had already mentioned, is also here for his last meeting. As you know, the CAC will no more be in place as of January 2024. It's going to be replaced by the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, the SAC, which is going to be one sole committee for the two boards. So the governance and the institutional configuration of the advisory function will change. And with this, Galen will finish his term and is here for his last meeting. And also some technical advisors who were attached, so to speak, to the board members who will rotate off, like Jens Yengehardt, Xiao Wan, Kemisha Soni, and Chris Tuangarimana. They will leave us as well. So, of course, these are all sad moments. We will have the opportunity to say a proper goodbye and have a farewell by the end of the meeting. This is still 5 days or 4 days from far from now, and for now, it is too soon for goodbye, of course, since we still have a very important journey ahead with all of them, and counting on their contributions before farewell. Also, I'd like to mention something that I gave you some notice this week, I think, or last week, sorry, on an email, but the future new board members have been already selected by the PIOB. As well as some of the reappointments at this board. And I'll start by mentioning Luigi Nisoli, Sadia, Adam, Sungnam Kim, Vanya Bogert, and Andrew Minter, who have been reappointed for another term. The four first ones that I mentioned, Luigi, Sungnam, Vanya, and Sadia, have been reappointed for a new 3 years term. Andy has been reappointed for an additional year as he's reaching the limits of the possible time with the board, which is 6 years. So congratulations. I'm very happy that you have all been reappointed and that we will continue counting on your contribution. But together with this reappointment, we will have 3 new individuals joining us as of next year, who will be here with us, I hope, in March for the next meeting. And these are Tomoyo Imura from Japan. He's a director and a board and audit supervisory committee member of Nomura Asset Management, an important company that you all know for sure. Amarjit Singh from India, who is a board member of SEBI, the securities regulator in India, and a very active member of IOSCO with some former responsibilities as chair of the implementation committee and others. And David Ray, who is a retiring CFO, I believe, from Huawei, and member of Global Finance and the current board member of International CFO Alliance he's Canadian, but he lives in France, so does not represent exactly any of these jurisdictions. So congratulations to the new board members. I think that at least some of them committed to observe this board meeting virtually. So in case you are there, very welcome to the meeting, and thank you for your interest, your advanced interest in following the conversations at the board. And I see Amarjit. Hello, Amarjit, welcome, and we are very much looking forward to work with you here at the board.
Thank you.
Welcome. So congratulations, and I would also like to note that this time we won't have any initial presentation as we have had over the last board meetings, for obvious reasons that we don't have time. This is going to be a very, it's a matter of being realistic. We don't have time, and we need all the time that we have this week to advance in our agenda and make very important decisions. And this gives me a very good segue to say a few things about our agenda this week. We have, of course, very important topics to be decided and to be discussed and decided. This is a critical meeting and a critical juncture for the board, not only because of the impressive numbers of projects. It's not about the documents, it's really about the projects and the topics being submitted for coming to a critical phase and being submitted for approval, but also because we will be also agreeing on a new project on CIV and pension funds. So it's one some phases that are coming to an end while others start. It's really an important meeting for us. The first topic in the agenda, up in the agenda, will be the strategy and work plan for 24-27 and the tax planning final approvals. So these are the two projects which are being submitted for approval, coming to a final phase. This will be followed by the use of experts and sustainability work stream and works 1 and 2, exposure drafts, which are also being submitted for approval, but in a different phase, of course. And lastly, we will kick off with the collective investment funds and pension funds and investment company complexes topic, discussing here at the board the future terms of reference and how we will be organized to advance this project. These developments and these achievements are important milestones for this board and give evidence of the very intense and challenging year that we have had. And we can see the fruits of our labor in the full and ambitious agenda for the week ahead. We'll have a presentation from staff on the outreach plan for the sustainability exposure draft. And we will have time to make some considerations on that and even start thinking about the future approach to the exposure draft of the tax planning standards, which will be hopefully approved here, but that it will still take some time until the PIOB certifies this standard. So that's going to be the moment where we will have to go outside and do the appropriate outreach. And still regarding the week ahead, I ask for your full cooperation, and I'm going to be very clear about this. We don't have time. We have very important decisions to make. So we will have to be very much focused, disciplined, and rigorous in terms of the use of the time and the use of the interventions. So I'm really asking for your full cooperation and discipline as we go through the final proposals during this week. And again, we should mostly avoid reopening issues that have been closed or stabilized. If you have substantial points to raise, it will be very helpful if these points could come together with a possible solution or alternative. We should avoid discussions on editorial issues and details. If you have any kind of drafting or editorial details, please convey them to the staff or to the task forces. They will be happy to take them on board. For any possible matters on which the direction of the task force is unclear or could not manage to reach a consensus, then just warning that I will ask for a show of hands. It's not exactly a vote, but a show of hands to give additional direction and input to the task forces as they turn the documents around and come back with a final proposal. So effectiveness will be key for the success of this meeting. We have too much on our plates to have time to interesting, but sometimes not that productive discussions. Of course, this does not mean that there won't be space for discussion. There will be space, all the space for discussion, for questions and for suggestions. What I'm asking for is for a very focused and sharp focus on the most strategic matters and possibly coming with alternatives. This is what's going to keep us busy over the next week. But before we start with the substantial part of the agenda, I would still like to give you a brief update of the most recent outreach and related activities. We will have another moment to speak about outreach, namely under agenda item 1B, and the team, the staff, the board members, and myself, we can give you a little bit more flavor about some of these outreach initiatives. But as you can see from the list, the fourth quarter of the year has been extremely busy for the IESBA. I counted, I think, around 60 outreach initiatives, which is an incredible number. But of course, we continue devoting, or we are even devoting more time and resources to outreach with stakeholders, which is absolutely critical for these projects to be successful. But the list of initiatives are impressive, but these statistics show a lot of things, but sometimes hide the most important. So I'd like to go, me and the team and some board members, to go a little bit more in detail in some of these outreach initiatives later and not now, because we need to start. These outreach efforts are of strategic importance. So I keep on encouraging all the board members to be ambassadors of the IESBA in your own jurisdictions, but also to make an effort going forward to increase our strategic approach to outreach, making sure that we use our resources appropriately and that we are where we must be, when we must be, with a consistent and uniform message to our stakeholders. Likewise, I'd like to invite the board members to, as much as possible, give us notice of possible outreach initiatives. When I say us, is the team and myself or one of us. Provide some heads up before the outreach initiatives so that we have a holistic vision of what is being done, and also the opportunity, if necessary, to discuss some details or some of the messages, if appropriate, as well to avoid possible overlaps, 2 or 3 board members or staff going to the same place without knowing that the others are already planning to do so, because we have to make an appropriate use of resources. Also, things that have been keeping us busy, and in this case, myself, the IFIA, the foundation governance. We are working intensively in setting this foundation in the right way. There are still a lot of details, policies, perplexities as well with respect to this separation from IFAC and and the creation of our own culture, of our own DNA, of our own policies. This is natural. It's not a process that happens from one day to the other, even if the foundation has been formally established by the start of the year. We are working on a lot of different issues, like the culture exercise, the funding questions, like human capital policies, which are critical for the future. We need to design internal and specific policies for the foundation, etc. Likewise, the PIOB is also trying to stabilize some of the policies and practices and procedures related with the boards, which need to be refined and made clear with respect to some topics on which the PIOB is now responsible. And we also have been, Tom and I, very busy with the nominations committee, finalizing this process of appointment of the new board members, working on the call for new candidates for 2025, and also participating as observers all the time, but with, well, of course, very much involved in the creation of the new SAC, the new Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and the selection of the members, all these things, so all together with the nominations committee and the PIOB. Well, as recent activities that happened at IESBA, I'd like to make the board, inform the board that the planning committee has met at the end of October and in early November. And in the agenda, there were topics like the update on the various work streams, agreeing on the prioritization of identified work streams to recommend to the board with respect to the strategy and a plan, task force and working group compositions, which will have to be adjusted, taking into consideration that some of the members will rotate off and that we will create some new work streams, I hope, if they are approved here. And other strategic considerations. The IESBA CAG, as you know, met in September. This was right before our last meeting, so you are aware that that this happened, and of the most relevant takeaways of this important meeting. And at this point, I'd like to invite Galen. If Galen wants to add something. Of course, we had the opportunity in September to discuss these outputs, but if you want to make any comment, Galen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. We did, as you pointed out, we haven't had any meetings since September, so nothing new from the IESBA CAG. I have been involved in reading through the report backs, and I appreciate the diligence and the faithfulness in addressing the CAG issues that have come up at those meetings. I would say, Gabriella, I was very, very impressed with the information sessions that we had, the 2 information sessions. I think they were very, very helpful, and hopefully they will continue in the future, because I think it might speed up the operations of the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Galen. And it was exactly the next topic that I wanted to mention, but you did it already. Thank the staff mostly, and also some board members for organizing the information sessions. This was a request or suggestion of this board in September, given the perception that the board might need to have the opportunity to get familiar with the topics and the presentations, etc., before the board. That's exactly what happened. I think it provided a very good opportunity to the board members to come with questions, or at least to get more familiar with the topics, which hopefully might have helped all the board members to go through the documents and understand better what is being proposed. And now it's time to give the floor to Ken. If you have any administrative matters that you would like to share with the board, please.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening for those who are observing the meeting virtually. I had just a few items of an administrative nature. The first one is about the 2023 IESBA handbook. You should have collected your copy of the handbook and really addressing the board members, technical advisors, and official observers. If you haven't received your copy of the handbook, please connect with ASTU during the break, and we will have a copy for you. The second item is that as you moved into the room, you should have been greeted with a nicely wrapped gift bag with some blue sort of decorations, etc. In there is an IESBA branded sweater. And you're very welcome to wear it anytime during the board meeting, but importantly, we have in mind to have the board members wear it so we can take a group picture later in the week. So we are organizing this, and as you will let us know the timing of this group picture, but I think it would be wonderful if we can all see you all in this wonderful sweater. The third item is really about the social activity, which is planned for Thursday evening, and I'm sure it's going to be very welcome. It's going to be a bowling activity somewhere around, I think, Penn Station, around that area on the west side. I think ASTU has communicated your contribution. So if you are able to pass along your part of the contributions to her anytime up until let's say Wednesday lunchtime, that would be great. And finally, before we start the discussions, the microphones, if I can remind you again, they are sensitive. They will certainly capture all the sounds, etc. So if you are not speaking, do turn them off, even during the breaks. That said, if you are raising a comment during the board discussion, please speak directly into the microphones so that people at the back can hear us. And that's very important because sometimes they are not able to hear members speaking, especially when you're quite sort of at a distance from the microphones. So with that, Gabriela, I'll pass the floor back to you. So I think we can start the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Before we move to the first substantial topic in the agenda, I'd just like to raise your attention for the PIOB issues note and the comments made therein. And of course, the different task forces and working groups will, as they will present their proposals, make reference to the PIOB perspectives and how we have been integrating them in our thought process and in our proposals. Of course, if everyone has read the report, so I don't have to make any comments. Thank you, Begonia, representing the PIOB for these notes. And with this, if there are no questions or no comments around the table or anything that you'd like to mention or say before the agenda, I don't see anyone, so we can move immediately to the first substantial topic in the agenda, which is really a critical one, and it's our strategy and work plan for 24-27. And before I give the floor to Jeff, I think it's going to be Jeff presenting, right? Let me just say one or two words about this because I can't resist. This is really a very important, a milestone important moment and project for the IESBA. It's what is going to guide all our action over the next 4 years. So we have to be very sure about what we are going to discuss and hopefully approve. Not today, but eventually next week in one of our online board sessions. This first. It's that. Oh, sorry. You're right. I was thinking about the other projects that we have to approve. So not today, but on Thursday, after the team incorporates the comments that we will still hear today. So this document represents our collective vision and represents 2 years of work of significant work. And was shaped by the diverse expertise and perspectives around this table. It is a testament to the very hard work and to the inspired vision and the thoughtful analysis and commitment of this board to excellence that our team has demonstrated over the past many months. And again, I will recall that this work started more or less 2 years ago. And before we delve into the specifics of this strategy and work plan, which is very familiar to this board as well, it's a collective product, so there is nothing surprising here, but just some adjustments that were made after the September board meeting and the planning committee meeting. I'd like you to not reflect, but keep in mind the broader landscape and the strategic considerations that have guided us and the development of this plan. And the success of this plan, not the success of the plan itself to be approved, but what we are going to do with this plan very much depends on our capacity to navigate this ever-evolving landscape and environment, and to leverage on opportunities and to address and not be afraid of addressing potential and real challenges that we see around. And I'd like to highlight some key strategic considerations that this strategy and work plan involves, that it is responsive to market and environmental, if I may say so, contextual dynamics and changes. And one of the things that gives evidence of that is the fact that some of the topics that are being suggested to be approved as the burning platforms, that's the most important priority topics for the next strategic cycle, were not there, or were there in a very timid and shy way at the start of the work. So in 2 years, we were really able to observe what's happening around and develop our own thinking without getting stuck in something. And this leaves me very much positive and optimistic about how this plan will evolve in practice. Secondly, that this was developed in close collaboration and cooperation with our stakeholders. It involved a lot of feedback collected from stakeholders, from very diverse stakeholders, and the careful consideration of this feedback. And this brings me also to a critical consideration about the importance of having a multi-stakeholder board. It's not only the external stakeholders, but some stakeholders or realities or backgrounds that the board members around the table represent, and the perspectives that they are able to bring to this work, which strikes me, and I think it's really being a key for the success. I will have to mention innovation and adaptability, which is related with what I said before. This not only reflects our capacity to innovate and adapt, and what we are going to suggest, what is being suggested for us to do over the next 4 years is really reflective of this adaptation and innovation capacity, but we will have to do the same going forward, not get stuck on what is our perspective today, but be able to evolve. But I think there is no doubt that we can do it. And of course, it takes consideration of an appropriate allocation of resources. This is still a small organization, though growing, and we have to be very careful about making sure that what we are putting in front of ourselves and suggesting and committing to do is practicable, it's operable, and does not kill our people, mostly at a moment where internally and we are trying to establish a slightly refined culture, putting people at the center of our concerns and considerations, and making sure that we progress towards a better work and life balance for our staff. And with this, of course, I will thank the staff members involved, Jeff very in particular, but the critical contribution of Ken and Jan at the staff level for the drafting and more than the drafting, the thinking behind the drafting of this strategy and work plan. The planning committee, who was critical, who provided critical input for this strategy and work plan, and the very rich discussions that we had at the board level. And I recall the discussions that we had in Abu Dhabi, which I recall as having been particularly inspiring and decisive for defining our vision and where we want to go. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Jeff, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. It's great to see everyone this morning with your smile on your face. And I expect by Thursday, Friday afternoon, that smile will still be around your face. So this morning, our first agenda, of course, we are going to look at our strategy and work plan for the next 4 years. We have circulated the slide deck earlier as an agenda paper, but we've just circulated an updated one. We've just have some minor changes and a couple of additional questions. Of course, we've had a very robust discussion in September. We've heard some great views from the board, particularly in relation to those two burning issues. So you would see that with our revised draft SWP, we have tried to incorporate those two strategic issues as our key strategic focus and filtering down to the work stream level. And so I want to thank particularly those board members who's provided us with advanced comments, and we will walk through some of the more substantive ones early today as well. So our plan this morning is to go through with you those two key strategic areas of focus and see what sort of feedback you may have in terms of what we've changed in the draft SWP. And then, of course, we will also walk through with you the work streams, the new work streams, and the prioritization as well. Amongst all that, you will notice that as we walk through those two key strategic issues, we want to also spend a little bit of time perhaps to get your feedback or preliminary views on how we can move, what we can do perhaps with those, some of the new work streams that under those two strategic areas of focus. If I could perhaps, before I pass it to Jean, who has done an amazing job supporting this particular work stream, just to give you a bit of update of what we have received and heard in the last few months, and also I'll pass on to Ken and Gabriela also to give us some updates in terms of what they've heard from the various stakeholders meetings. And Gabriela has done a fantastic job already just to give a bit of a roundup of where we have been so far. We're very much on the home stretch. Of course, we are hoping to approve the SWP on Thursday. And as Gabriela mentioned, this journey started 2 years ago. We started with a list of all the key matters that we felt that we needed to perhaps get input. And it's gone through a fairly extensive public consultation process. First with the strategy survey around March, April last year, and then again with our consultation paper again in March, April this year. And so we had received a lot of feedback in terms of the respondents to these two public papers. But in addition to that, of course, we have been speaking to our stakeholders who've also provided feedback in terms of what we should be focusing in the coming few years, particularly in the area of sustainability, of course. And I'm quite confident to say that we have considered all the comments, including those from a monitoring group members. Of course, as we move along, as Gabriela have said, we need to continue to, this paper is essentially a blueprint for our board. And it's based on the information that we have received and that we've heard from our stakeholders from the different projects that we've been doing the last few years. And as Gabriella have said, it's about finding a balance in terms of responding to public interest and how we deploy our resource at staff level, but also at the board level as well. It's very important that we bear in mind that this board is committed to being continue to be agile and flexible. And of course, we are planning to have a review of our different work streams at the end of 2024. So if there are new things that come up, we will that require the board's urgent attention. We will look at that as well. So with that, I'm going to pass to Jean, who's going to give us some updates and report back. Thank you, Jean.
Thanks, Jeff, and good morning, everyone. Just a little bit closer. So I just quickly want to run through some of the key discussions that we had during the September board meeting. So at the meeting, we seek feedback from the IESBA members on the two burning platform issues, namely firm culture and governance and the wider applicability of the code. During our discussion today, we will provide a quick recap of these key comments when we deal with these specific sessions, and then also how the planning committee proposes and how these should be addressed within the next strategic period. Further, during the September meeting, feedback was also sought regarding the ongoing pre-committed and proposed new work plans, as well as their thoughts on the prioritization of these work plans, work streams, sorry. And we will provide you a little bit recap there on the screen. There is some of the key points, but we'll talk to that when we deal with the work plan specifically. During the September meeting, the IESBA as well as IESBA had a joint session to identify opportunities for coordination and linkages on selected potential projects and workstream, as well as opportunities and challenges and lessons learned from the coordination of the sustainability projects. So during the session, the members were encouraged to continue coordinate on topics of mutual interest, and technology was mentioned specifically, and also to look for opportunities to issue joint implementation support, frequently asked questions or guidance material, and even reach out jointly to the new stakeholder groups. So just a quick report back on some of the sessions that took place since September meeting. So during November, a national standard setters meeting was held, and where the members provided strong support for the proposed new work stream, firm culture and governance, and noting that scoping of this project should be very important. Some support was also received regarding the wider applicability of the code, and the members encouraged the IESBA to proceed with caution specifically in this regard. And they further encouraged the board to take a balanced approach as they determine the prioritization of the projects for the next strategic period, noting that also there is a huge or extensive work plan that was discussed. As mentioned by Galen, there was no further CAG meetings, but since then, and as part of the agenda pack as 2F, you would see there's a report back providing a summary of the comments that was received during the CAG, as well as how the planning committee and the IESBA proposes on responding to that. Some advanced comments it received was that from the IFAC Small and Medium Practice Advisory Group, where they encouraged the IESBA to be sensitive to the volume and the number of changes to the code. This was also mentioned by them in their comment letter to the consultation paper, and they also encouraged the board to consider other alternatives before proposing changes to the code. To this point, they encouraged the IESBA to move forward with the proposed firm culture and governance work stream with a proportionate and to be scalable as well. Lastly, given the concerns raised regarding the volume and pace of change to the code, they believe the post-implementation review for the restructured code is a very important project and encourage the board to give further consideration on the prioritization of the specific work stream. We would also like to thank the IESBA members, as mentioned by Jeff, that provide us this advanced comment, and this will be considered together with the IFEC Small and Medium Practice Advisory Group by the Planning Committee later today. Jeff, not sure if you want to add anything.
Thanks, Sean. Not much from me, and I think as if you've seen from some of these brief updates, I think certainly in Q4, our stakeholders have given us fairly at least overall support to our direction of travel, and nothing really out of that is really of concern to us. And of course, some of these other comments we will walk through with you as we discuss the two areas of focus and our new work plans as well. But before we move to the first topic, I just want to check with Ken and/or Gabriella if you would like to provide any additional comments and give us some updates on any relevant feedback that you might have heard from meetings that you've attended in Q4.
Maybe just one point of feedback, Jeff, if I may, in relation to our meetings with some parts of the regulatory community, in particular the CEOB, the Committee of European Audit Oversight Bodies, as well as IESCO Committee 1. In October, both those regulatory bodies were in fact, broadly supportive of the direction of travel on the strategy and work plan. But importantly, where there was great interest in the topic of culture and governance. There were questions around the scoping of that initiative, and clearly it was a bit early to have a detailed discussion as to how we might want to scope that work stream. There were questions, for example, as to whether there would be consideration of how culture as viewed from through the lens of the firms would extend beyond the boundaries of the firm to go across their networks if they are part of an international network. So in a nutshell, very clear interest and certainly very strong support for the particular strategic focus area. But otherwise, directionally, we had general support for how basically the proposals are come together in terms of the strategy and work plan.
Thank you, Ken. Gabriella, did you have any further?
Oh, I can just confirm what Ken has just said. In all the meetings that I have had, where these topics at the strategy and work plan was mentioned and discussed, what I got was a very significant and robust support, and no pushback or resistance so far, or significant doubts about the way we are taking. So I think that I can assume for now general support for the direction that we are suggesting.
Thank you, Gabriella and Ken. I would probably also add, I said it on the monitoring group meeting that Gabriella attended. I think there was a comment about from one of the monitoring group members that don't forget we need to make sure we consider the concept of network when we are looking at firm culture and governance, which is already included in our draft SWP, and that was already brought up in our September meeting as well. So again, it's a very positive feedback from our end. So with that, perhaps we can move to the next topic, which is firm culture and governance. I'm just going to give you a quick update and perhaps just refresh your memory of what we discussed in September. And then we'll walk through with you what the PC has proposed in the draft SWP. And of course, in the September meeting, the board agreed that this is a key strategic areas of focus that requires prompt response from the board. I think there's certainly a recognition in supporting this new work stream that is also very much connected to our focus on sustainability, our focus on ESG, because it is looking at the governance structure and internal controls of firms. There were comments, and I guess there was a sense that we need to make sure that we scope this project and this work stream properly, because it can be extremely broad, and certainly that is not what we intend. So that is something that the working group will need to spend a little bit of time on in Q1 2023. And, of course, there's a comment that is more than just looking at ethics, perhaps, as more, or culture rather. Perhaps that's something the board will need to consider in terms of the internal control systems of firms. There are different views about whether this should be a standard setting project. Of course, those views are, it's good to know, but like all our work streams, they do not necessarily end up as a standard setting project. The working group will need to do the initial information gathering and present the recommendations to the board in due course. There are also comments that we need to consider the work of other, stakeholders who have perhaps done work in governance and perhaps even more specifically in governance or culture of firms. And we will, of course, consider those. We've seen ones from the FSB. And of course, you have the OECD's corporate governance principles. And in September, we've learned that the Netherlands government have commissioned a report on audit firm, accounting firm culture. So we're looking forward to reading that. And we also know that Accountancy Europe is working on a report, correct me if I'm wrong, yes, on firm governance. But I think that's something that might take a little bit longer to complete. But again, we'll watch closely their development there. And of course, there's some comments about whether we should not just look at firm culture, but also look more broadly at organizational culture. And I think where the board has landed is that we need to really, in September, is that we really need to first focus on firm culture, because that really is the public interest issue about firm culture. And then perhaps we, as part of this work, I'm sure we will collect information about, organizational culture more broadly. And perhaps that is something that we can look at, at a later date. So essentially, that's the sort of the key feedback that we have got from the board in September. Very supportive of these works, this focus, and also supportive on us looking at a new work stream on this topic. So taking those comments into account, the planning committee, the PC, has make sure that in the SWP is highlighted as a strategic area of focus. And of course, taking the board's feedback, we have added a new work stream on firm culture and governance. And those bullet points are in the SWP as well in terms of what we intend to focus on in the work stream. In terms of, the PC recognized, and we put it into the SWP, that we recognize that engagement with stakeholders is very important, as do all our projects and work streams, but no less for this work stream. And there's a recognition from the PC that, of course, we cannot just talk to firms, and we will very much involve them because this is about firm culture. But we also need to talk to other stakeholders, for instance, regulators, of course, from different jurisdictions, perhaps at the international, at the global level as well. And it would be helpful also to perhaps speak with those academics who have done some research work in this field. We know, for instance, in terms when it comes to research, for instance, I understand there are some, for instance, think tanks in the European Union, in the EU, that perhaps might have some work that's relevant to what we're looking at. In terms of information gathering, certainly at a preliminary thinking, at the very least at the staff level, and we've discussed this with Gabriela, and perhaps just more touch on it with the PC, is potentially taking into account the need to keep the momentum next year and not to just do information gathering for the whole year, because this is a burning platform issue. We would we're thinking about at least some initial thinking is perhaps we could do some roundtable, at least in New York, whilst we're having our March board meeting next year. At this stage, it's looking the March board meeting might not be 5 days, so it gives us a bit of time, perhaps to bring the firms in, and the board can interact with, in a roundtable to get the input and also that engagement with the board. And the PC recognizes that it is important that we continue to perhaps send that message out next year, and continue to kind of really promote the importance of firm culture, having the right culture, having the right ethical behavior in firms. So we will, of course, consider releasing non-authoritative material, NAMs, in 2024. But again, as a preliminary thought, one of the ideas that we have floated anyway, at least at staff level, whether we could perhaps organize sort of a short leadership summit, just to bring the firms in and other stakeholders talk about the importance of culture and governance. Now, in terms of connectivity with other work streams and topics, the PC, based on the September discussion and even in the September version of the draft of the SWP, it recognizes the connectivity with some of the new proposed work streams in our work plan, particularly in terms of business relationships and also the potential work stream on audit client and audit firm relationship. Because these are all about relationships with your clients and with stakeholders, and it naturally will have an impact on looking at this matter of firm culture and governance, because of how this relationship might impact how firms act from an ethical perspective. You may recall that in September, there are some views and some comments about whether we should include the review of the audit client definition in this particular work stream, or to conduct that review concurrently with this work stream, because again of an understanding of the definition of audit client, or who the audit client is and who really is the real beneficiaries, noting that it really should be the owners and or shareholders, that will have an impact potentially on firm culture. The board have, the planning committee have considered this aspect in the meeting in October, and the planning committee felt that it won't be appropriate to include it in this particular work stream on firm culture and governance, because the working group really need to focus on looking, doing the information gathering, getting the understanding, and thinking about, what needs to be done, and also some of the activities to promote the importance of firm culture and governance in 2024. And if we add this aspect, which is a really important aspect to this particular work stream, it will really dilute our attention on these public interest issues. So the planning committee felt that we will, at this stage, bring the definition of audit client back to where we had it proposed under audit client and audit firm, or audit firm audit client relationship, and we will move that. We've given it, we will discuss it a bit later, but in terms of priority, we've given the other work stream a medium priority based on our resource. And we have looked at our resource for 2024, and at this stage we just don't think that we can fit that into our 2024 agenda at this stage. But in saying that, it doesn't mean that we're not going to look at this aspect, because as we go out there and talk to firms and talk to our stakeholders, invariably we will ask those questions and we will get information about, in terms of that particular aspect of definition of audit client. So we will be able to gather that information and allow the working group or the work stream to have a bit of a head start when we do get to that other project. And of course, it's the same more broadly with the other two work streams, audit firm audit client relationship and also business relationships. Ideally, it would be great if we can start all these things at the same time. But as Gabrielle have said, we do need to look at what's the best way to deploy our resource based on how we prioritize the different topics and the different work streams. So we felt that, really next year we should focus more specifically on firm culture and governance. But in our information gathering, we may be able to, identify some issues and some certainly relevant information for those two work streams if the board were to approve those two other work streams as well. In terms of timeline and the when, we are looking at commencing this work stream early in 2024, certainly in Q1 2024. So at this stage, if the board were to approve this this new work stream on firm culture and governance, we will put together, we will establish the working group at the end of our meeting, of our December meeting. And we will have our first meetings with the working group early next year and looking at presenting our draft terms of reference in March for the board's approval. Now, it doesn't mean that nothing's going to happen between now and March. Staff and of course the new working group will be working behind the scene and start to look at what we can do and need to do in 2024, in addition to the information gathering. And of course, we recognize, as we present the terms of reference, it is really important that we get the scoping right, that we don't overscope it and we don't underscope it. And so that is something that the working group will be working on. So with that in mind, perhaps if I could move to the next slide with our first question. You notice that we've added a second question, but we won't deal with that for now. So let's look at the first question. I just want to invite the board for your feedback in terms of the planning committee's draft revisions to the SWP on the strategic focus on firm culture and governance. Gabrielle, perhaps I'll pass you to invite comments.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for the excellent and very clear and comprehensive presentation. I will open the floor now for questions and comments, and I see that Christelle wants to share something. Christelle.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'm fully supportive of the degree of importance of this first stream. I have two question observations. One is, when you speak about audit firms, do we agree that it is the new definition of firms, which is audit and sustainability assurance firms, that is included in the scope? Otherwise, we might have problems because we have only one definition of firms if we approve the new glossary. And by the way, I don't see why we should have a different scoping for that, but that's my personal advice. And the second is, we have had discussions around the communication recommendation within the code compared to tentative to be requirements. And I was wondering if addressing this would be part of the governance issue of the work stream.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Jeff, do you want to collect a few questions and respond after? Yes? Okay, Andy, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I am processing the part about the client definition, which I was supportive of trying to put in, and I do appreciate its aspect with the independence. And so I don't know, Jeff, where this fits in, because you had mentioned it sounded like that while you're doing the firm culture and governance, that there may be an outreach with the firm about this. And then I looked at the SWP and I see the fact finding for the client definition is not till 2027. So it almost sounded like you were saying that the fact finding for client definition might happen in 2024. So I'm concerned that if it's not actually in the SWP, maybe it won't happen, because I am very supportive of at least doing some fact finding now. And I do understand that the hundreds of times audit client is used in the international independent standards may be bigger than a bread box. So I just want to understand that part. In terms of the outreach that you were doing, I didn't catch any outreach to, say, the investor community. And while initially the investor community is maybe not part of the firm culture and governance, I think there's a lot of intersection with what reasonably informed third party would think of certain aspects. And so it I think would be helpful if we could get outreach from the investor financial statement user community with regard to that, so that when we speak about reasonably informed third parties, that maybe we have some more facts on that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Maybe you want to respond now, Jeff. I think that you already have some material.
Okay. Thank you. Krista, thank you for your questions. In terms of the I think your questions on the scoping, the two matters. The focus of this work stream is really more focused on the audit and accounting firms, and not so much on sustainability, because the issues, it's about audit firms or in terms of some of the incidents that we've seen on ethics lapses within those audit firms. So really, we really want to focus on those firms. And when you think about it, that in itself is already quite a large piece of work. The PC's view at this stage is not to broaden it. And certainly the PC hadn't spoken about it, but I would say the PC's view is not to enlarge it to firms that are non-audit firms, of course. I mean, all these firms, of course, they provide sustainability related services, but we won't necessarily extend that to, say, engineering firms or ISO providers who might be coming in, because of course our sustainability project will also not be finalized until end of 2024 as well. In terms of your other comments, communications, I assume you meant communications with those charged with governance in the code. That's more focusing on those charged with governance of the entities or of the audit clients or other of your clients. So that is not what we're looking at in the code, but of course within the firm structure, they have those management, and so this is very much a question about management as well, about ethics, leadership, and so that's something that it's something that we'll look at, but we're not necessarily looking at it from the code's perspective on looking at those provisions on communications with those charged with governance. And we've had some discussion about this as well in September. I think that's sort of where the board has landed. Sorry, Andy, thank you for that comment about audit client definition. In terms of the outreach, perhaps I haven't, hope I haven't over promised in my description there. But what I meant is, as part of our information gathering, we may be collecting information about audit clients. But I think I see your point, and I think at this stage, I mean, the planning committee will have a discussion after a lunch today, but it's not bad, perhaps, as we conduct our outreach, that's something that we could discuss with the firms as well. But it doesn't mean that necessarily we'll bring that work stream forward, because that will still depend on the resources that is available next year and beyond. So we'll look at that in terms of whether perhaps we were more proactive and making sure we have a question in there about that definition of audit client as we conduct our outreach next year with the firms and other stakeholders. Leading to your point also about outreach to the investor community, I probably just didn't perhaps say it in my explanation, but yes, that's very much part of what we've are thinking as well. For instance, with the global group, say ICGM, which I know that they're more in the governance space, but of course they work with investors as well. But certainly the investor group is something that we will have in mind as part of our outreach targets. Thanks, Gabriella.
Thank you. I think that Andy still wants to add something.
No, thank you for that. So with regard to audit client, the issue that I'm dealing with is the paper describing audit entity instead of audit client and the orientation that has, which really does seem to intersect with culture, the orientation of the auditors dealing with the audited entity versus necessarily the audit client as like an engaging party. So just seems like the fact finding is right there in terms of don't want to be a missed opportunity when we're doing the firm culture to delve into this auditing entity orientation instead, even though there might not be standard setting or non-authoritative guidance. So I guess just allow me my chance just to whine some more about that. Thanks.
No, thanks, Andy. I think that's a good point. I think we'll discuss with the PC afterwards how we can perhaps bring that point in without necessarily committing ourselves to a new work stream. I think that's a good point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, before we move to the other board members who have questions, I think that Ken wanted to say something.
I was gonna wait for the others to come in, but just to read on this point, and I would just maybe remind the board to really think consciously as to which type of firm we have in mind when we are really talking about the issue of firm culture and governance. The issue that we're really seeking to address cuts across just the audit space. It does deal with the broad range of services that firms provide. And most firms really are multidisciplinary firms. They don't just provide audits. And indeed, there are some firms that really just don't want to do any audit services. And this work stream will address them as well, right? So let us not speak about audit firms, but we may refer to them as accounting firms or firms very simply. But this issue really is about, and especially it is about, let's say, the non-audit side of multidisciplinary firms, especially. That is really the focus area, but not exclusively, clearly, because firms, as I say, come under one umbrella, and whenever they are providing services in the area of audit, there are issues as well in relation to culture.
Okay, Ken, thank you very much. And this shows that we will have to be very, we will have to very carefully define the scope of this project, and this will probably still be subject to some discussions, as I can imagine. But thank you for the question and for the reactions. Vania, please.
Yes, it's close. Thank you. Jeff, I'm pretty much supportive of this project. I think it is very important to bring reliability on the information in the market. And I agree that the scope definition is very important, because if you want to cover the whole topic, it will take decades to work, and leading with culture is very complicated. I would just add to the group the regulators, because for them is very important that we preserve the independence, because whenever an issue, as you mentioned, arises in the market itself starts looking for the next one. So it's very difficult for the regulators to deal with that. So maybe we can go to them and with very simple specifications, we can put some tools, some requirements that will help them to better oversee the market itself. I know that in Brazil, the regulators are very worried about this kind of thing. So,
thank you very much, Vania. Rania.
Thank you. So no, I understand very well that we have yet to scope the project, but I was wondering, in terms of a label that we attach to the project, should it be firm culture and governance, or just firm culture? But because it seems to me when we call it firm culture and governance, sort of like we're scoping out
sustainability, the social and environmental components of ESG, because they have been very explicitly stated as 3 separate components: the E and the S and the G. And I think that perhaps we should, audit firms should lead by example, since, with all this focus on sustainability. So just some food for thought.
Just thank you, Rania, for my own clarification. That would mean that for you, governance would be inside culture, but we would not name it like that. Huh?
Exactly, because I know that we still have to scope it. Perhaps one of the issues that may come into the discussion at some point, that for example, should audit clients, with all this focus on social responsibility, it's part of their responsibility to the public interest to deal with audit clients or audit entities that are socially responsible or environmentally conscious. And so maybe these will come into the discussion or not, but why to scope them out at this point?
Thank you very much, Rania. Can I take one more question, Jeff? What do you want? So, Mark, please.
Thank you, and thank you for all of the work that's gone into getting this so far. I think I'm very mindful of the fact that trying to put this together is like trying to watch my partner packing a case, which is now we're at the lie on top of it stage and see if we can actually zip it up. I would very strongly agree with Andy about the importance of the audit client piece folding into this project, because I think it is an important, it has been seen for a long time as an important cause of some of the things that have perhaps driven adverse cultural issues within firms, and therefore I think to not integrate it may be a missed opportunity. And the other thing, recognizing that anything that looks at culture and governance is going to be a large piece of work. I know that there's outreach there with the firms. I'd also suggest early outreach with IFIAR members as well, because a number of those will have done things in this space, and that may at least help with the framing of where we go. And I think really to try and sort of position this really well, the earlier point that you made about the importance of being able to pivot, we should really say that up front and say we will pivot, to best respond to the public interest as this project goes forward. But we don't know necessarily quite what all the answers are yet. But I think it's the right thing to do. It's just, I think that component has to be part of it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mark. Jeff.
Thank you, Gabriella. Vanya, thank you for your feedback in terms of the importance of scoping. Of course, we have identified regulators as a group of key stakeholders we'll reach out to. The issue is, of course, not really so much related to independence, but the other aspect in terms of the ethical behavior of these firms as they provide the different types of services. But they are, like you suggested, maybe things that we could suggest to the regulators as we develop our work. So thank you very much for the comments. Rania, thank you for your comments. I think Gabriella have sort of clarified that, and we will look at that later on with the PC, whether we will just, perhaps cut the title a bit just to make it a bit broader. I think the PC will discuss whether, the focus is more. It's also, we should broaden the focus to also look at the, ES side of ESG, and whether we should, perhaps just for the purposes of this work stream, just at this stage focus on governance, because that's where the issues were. But the PC will have that discussion a bit later. Thank you for that feedback. And Mark, also thank you for your comment. If I could just clarify, we are thinking of, as we were explained to, or at least I was explained to Andy, certainly the PC can look at bringing that element and as we conduct our outreach to get a better understanding. But are you suggesting that we should in fact bring the entire that part of work into this work stream? Okay. Then look, the PC will consider that, and same, of course, Andy, I assume that would be your ultimate dream as well. We'll take that into consideration. And thank you for your comment about early, Mark, with your, in terms of early outreach to the EVA. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. And before I collect more questions, just allow me for one small comment. I understand, or we understand already that, and we had understood already that there is a lot of appetite to address this audit client topic. It has been identified. One thing is the importance that we give to that topic, and we really do and understand that it is extremely important. And maybe because it is so important, there is a risk in putting it into this firm culture and governance project, because it risks being the only topic in there, or differently, that we do not have the resources and the capacity to address it properly together with all the other topics that will come. But anyway, we will listen to you. The only thing that I'd like to add is that this important and this collection of perceptions is very important. Also because the working group will start a discovery phase. And I think that we will not be able to identify everything that we will have to address at this very initial stage. All these comments will go into a reflection that the working group itself in its discovery phase will have to make. So this means nothing except that we are all aware of the importance of the topic. The question is, should we put it here or leave it for a very specific autonomous consideration as soon as possible? So sorry for this interruption. And then we have Sanjeev, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very supportive of this project. I think one thing which we may have to bear in mind is, as we go along, is the expectation of various stakeholders from this project. It is not only the firms who will be looking at it, the regulators, the clients. So I think, Jeff, my thought is that when you plan the outreach, taking the feedback at the initial stages as to what the expectations are of those various stakeholders will be critical. And in the end, delivering that to them. So I think you'll have to match the two, the expectations in the initial stages and what we deliver in the end. So that's the only suggestion I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sanjeev, Galen, please.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I agree with both Andy and Mark. I think, and I, not to belabor the point, but the CAG was pretty vocal about the audit client definition being important. And I also note that the PIOB devoted an entire paragraph to that in their recommendations. So I think it's a very powerful perception in the profession. And maybe it needs to be a separate project, but I hope that there's not going to be much of any slippage on the focus on the issue, because I believe it is important.
Thank you, Galen. Ken, do you? Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Yohei?
Thank you, Chair. I support placing the firm culture and governance as a high priority issue. As IESBA recognizes, the scoping is really important. And we support initial focus on the audit firms. And one thing I would like to mention here is it has a result of considering the wide range of services in the audit firm. And it is determined that the code need to be strengthened. In such case, can it be reasonably explained that Part 5, which deals with sustainability assurance, need not be revised, or the stricter rules will be applicable only for audit firms. It may be useful to consider these perspectives at the scoping stage and need to proceed with the process while receiving broad input from stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohei. Sadia, please.
Good morning. I note that this is our only second discussion at the board on this topic, and I think that we're all in the mindset of what can we add on and what does the flavor of this project look like. I do note that it wasn't in the consultation paper, and we should just be mindful that the consultation paper did say that we shouldn't make constant revisions to the code. So I'm of the view that we should include a wide range of topics in fact-finding, but also be mindful that this could be an omnibus project. What do we do in the short term versus what we do in the long term? I also support the audit client definition, but that would mean changes to Part 4A, 4B, and all the sustainability standards that we are already currently in discussion for. So the timing of that ED in that last table of this presentation is the one that scares me, and I think that we should be mindful of what comes out of this fact finding and what's the timing of that ED. Thanks.
Thank you, Sadia. And Begonia, please.
Sorry, thank you. Well, the PIOB is very supportive of this, including this project on firm culture and governance as a priority for the strategic work plan. And we think that this is being widely demanded by the stakeholders. So this is important from the public interest perspective. But after listening to you today, I was thinking if it makes sense to focus on audit firms while the other priority plan is going to be expanding the code to other type of firms. So this is my only doubt at the moment. On one side, you are talking about expanding the code to other preparers and to other assurers, which are not accountants and not audit firms. But then this project is only focusing on audit firms. So I know it's complicated, but to me, it was just a thinking when I was listening to you. But in principle, I mean, the PIOB is very supportive of the project itself. But I had this sort of, well, confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Begonia. Jeff, do you still allow me to take Ken's and James' comments, or do you want to respond?
That's fine. We can hear Ken and James as well.
Okay. Ken.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabriela. I'll be brief. Really on this issue of the definition of audit client, I think the board would be, I suppose, well advised to consider what can be done within the scope of this work stream on firm culture and governance. I would though caution that there is a lot more than meets the eye when we think about the term audit client and what the concept means. I think as I don't know who mentioned it, maybe Sadia, that the terminology of audit client permeates the entirety of Part 4A. It goes to Part 4B, Part 5, and the board just issued the announcement on engagement team group audits. So this is not going to be a small project. It potentially could dominate the entirety of the agenda for 2024, and we do not have the resources to take on another work stream at this point. So I think a balance probably can be achieved, perhaps in terms of the timing. So instead of 2027, maybe the board can explore bringing that particular work stream forward earlier, but certainly within the scope of the work that needs to be done on firm culture and governance, the working group may well consider gathering information, undertaking the research of finding, the outreach to stakeholders, really to understand the perceptions about the terminology of audit client. But then again, I go back to my comment that this work stream is not about exclusively the audit services or the audit firm. It does speak to broader issues of behavior within the firms. For example, a culture of speaking up within the firms in an audit context. How do we think about how the messages or the tone from the top carry down all the way down through the firm hierarchy, so that even the most junior staff members within the firm really understand the expectations, etc. How the different parts of the firm speak to each other on issues that address ethical culture and behavior. So it is really that sort of nature of the issues or questions the board really should be addressing, instead of, as I say, exclusively we serving the public interest versus the audit client as we think about culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. James.
I'll just be very brief. I liked how Andy gave us a little bit of flexibility during the fact finding. I mean, if there's an urge to have a technical revision, I think that's up to the board how and when we address that. But I can't imagine in conversation a stakeholder and investor says, I want to talk about the nomenclature that you use and the culture, how it impacts, and say, no, I'm not talking about that. We'll talk to you in a couple of years. So we should be listening to what we're going to have. And I think our shape of our scope of this project is we're going to learn. And I think we're going to be surprised what we hear. And I think we're going to shift. So I'd keep it flexible. I wouldn't be too rigid, but certainly the technical response to what we learn is going to require some prioritization and timing and sequencing. So that's not the conversation. I think when we head into this part with our stakeholders, it's really about what matters, what's worrying, and so forth.
Thank you very much, James and Ken. Jeff.
Thank you, Gabriela. I think this point is well addressed already, and I think James has summed it up quite well. I think going forward, perhaps subject to the PC's discussion a little bit later this afternoon, is to keep that scope broad. And as we've mentioned earlier, we'll take the opportunity to do some information gathering about this particular topic. But as Kenneth said, of course, firm culture and governance is broader than that. It's not just about the audit client, but all clients. And then subject to and I think Gabriela's point is, we need to give the working group the space and the freedom to really scope it as they get together. And then they may find something, as part of the information gathering. And then in terms of how we prepare and provide a technical response, as James has said, then that the board needs to discuss that properly. So I think those are some of the key points take away for the discussion. And but rest assured the PC will have further discussions later this afternoon. Thanks, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And I think that's exactly the way we should look at this. This is the very start point of reflection. We have the possibilities of doing whatever we want with this project, but we should not prevent ourselves from being free to try to understand what exactly we have to address and how much we can address from the start. So this is going to be as someone said, a learning process, or as Laurie was saying very loud to me, this is going to be the Pandora, or can be the Pandora box, and we don't know exactly what we are going to find when we open it. So let's keep us free and very open-minded to discover what in this space of firms, culture and governance can be the most the priority topics. Also because the working group can come to the end of their work and say, well, we have here 3 different projects. We are suggesting that the board creates 3 different work streams or groups or whatever, or projects, or known, because it's so impossible. So we should not try to anticipate too much what this is going to be. But this discussion and these contributions are already extremely important for the thought process and reflection that we are going to take for going forward. Jeff, do you want to continue the presentation? Or?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Gabrielle, for that summary as well. So it's very good. And I think what we are saying is we won't open that Pandora box at today's meeting. We will hand the box to the working group, and as they open it, they will find something, and then hopefully, we'll continue to engage the board in 2024 based on what they found. Now, we were going to go into this second question about how to approach the work stream in 2024, and noting the time, and also we've received some fairly good feedback already in terms of who we should talk to. We've heard comments from regulators, at global and obviously at the local level as well, or regional level. but perhaps I'll just quickly, we might spend a couple of minutes if any board members might have some immediate thoughts about how we can approach this, in addition to what we've already discussed in the last 5-10 minutes or so. That would love to hear your thoughts. If you don't have any immediate kind of suggestions, feel free to reach out to me as well, and later on, and certainly would love to hear your feedback as well. So Gabriela, perhaps we'll just see if the board has any comments about the second point.
Yes, comments are welcome. No comments, Jeff. Anyway, this is we are going to get back to this topic a bit later with respect to the future work stream, and of course you will have the opportunity to be active in contributing to this to what this work stream will look like. Okay. Jeff, back to you.
Thank you, Gabriela. So perhaps we'll move to the next topic, which is the second strategic key focus that the board discussed or identified and discussed, supported at the September meeting, which is on expanding the scope of the code, which of course is a very broad topic. And again, just some highlights from the board's discussion in September. There's strong support, of course, from the board as to highlight it in the SWP as a public interest matter that we should consider. And there were, of course, comments again about the scope, that we need to carefully consider the scope because, it's very broad. And in terms of things like, well, who are our targets and who's going to be using this scope, using the code. So there's certainly a sense from the board that there needs to be clarity about the scope, and we need to have a focused strategy. And out of that, there is certainly support from the board of a more phased approach. And we talked about, in September, perhaps just looking at preparers of sustainability information first. And there were also some comments that we also need to address Part 4B in terms of the independence component and expanding it out to all sustainability practitioners to make sure the language is professional agnostic, that they could use it. And again, there were comments about there needs to be, of course, consultation with a broad range of stakeholders is important. Of getting, stakeholders' input is important because we are breaking new ground. And there's also, I guess, a recognition that there is connectivity also with some of the other work streams that may be going into our work plan, including the role of CFOs and other senior PAIBs, just because, of course, from a preparer's perspective, we'll be talking to this group of stakeholders about the role of the finance office or their role, which invariably will include preparers who may not be PAIBs, but nonetheless preparing sustainability information or sustainability reporting. So there's certainly that the boards recognize that sort of connectivity with the other projects. I think we could safely say that there is a theme that we need to recognize as a board as we walk through these work streams, and we cannot have a linear approach. There will be connectivity, and I think each of the work streams need to have that in mind, as well. So perhaps we'll go to the PC's views and looking at, in light of the board discussion in September. And certainly the PC agreed that we should highlight in the SWP that this is a strategic area of focus for the board in the coming 4 years. And of course, very much in agreement of the need for careful consideration. So with that in mind, the PC taking on the comments I've received about perhaps, on a phase approach, approach, preparedness of sustainability information as a first step, and also the need to perhaps review Part 4B. So the PC is suggesting to add 2 new work streams under this focus, as you would have seen from the draft SWP, which is expanding ethics standards to all preparers of sustainability information, and also revision of Part 4B of the code for sustainability assurance. And these work streams looking at these 2 work streams looking at our resource, the PC is recommending that we looking at this stage commencing both work streams in 2025, and it works well with the sustainability project, the current project finishing up and finalizing in end of 2024. And throughout the course of this project, of course, we will continue to gather information that will be relevant to these 2 work streams and to this broader strategic focus. I think it's really important that, as Gabrielle has mentioned at different meetings, it is important that the messaging is correct. That whilst we're looking at expanding the scope of the code, these 2 work streams are not the first work streams that are looking at under this focus. The current sustainability project already we are expanding the scope of the code in terms of expanding it to all sustainability assurance practitioners, and not only those from audit or accounting firms. So that really, the sustainability project is our first step, first stage, if you will. And then we'll move to these next 2 work streams, hopefully in 2024. And of course, as we start the work stream of the role of CFO and senior PIBs, the planning committee's view, of course, is also that as we get the information under this work stream, it will also inform these 2 work streams under the broader strategic focus on expanding the scope of the code. Now, we won't change the title, but I think, one way to kind of perhaps clarify the messaging is more about, one code for all or something like that, just allowing that code to be used by a broader range of practitioners and professions. So with that in mind, again, if we can turn to the question page, again, we might get your feedback on what we can do in terms of breaking grounds, preparing the grounds for 2024. But first up, really want to get the board's views on the PC's proposed revisions relating to that strategic focus of expanding the scope of the code, how we've changed the draft revisions to the SWP. So with that, Gabriella, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Jeff, once again, for the very clear presentation. Mark Babington.
Thank you. So firstly, I'm very supportive of the proposal. I think as a handling issue, sometimes when we say we're proposing to expand the scope of the code, people sort of go, why are you doing that? And actually, it's really important that you've got something to illustrate what that means and why it's so important. So when I've been doing outreach, and this was very much sort of a live issue in New Zealand, where I visited the XRB, we talked a lot about the work that IESBA's doing with the IAF on mapping the code to the way in which they do their work. And I think that is a really important thing that helps prepare the ground. And I also think, although recognizing that this is a high-level strategic document for us, if there could be a little box with an example of practically this is what it means, it's really, really powerful. And it shows how a public interest code can be taken and used more widely. So if there's any scope to perhaps look at that and think about that, I'd really encourage it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Christelle.
Yes, thank you. Given the adjustment in the way we present our strategic work plan now with this strategic focus on expanding the scope of the code, I think I would appreciate having a little bit more meet around what we expect to be the frontiers between the role of CFO and other senior PAIBs, which is an expansion of scope to some extent, but with link with governance. If we are not only about audit firms, but we are about issuers, and the frontier with the expanding the scope for all preparers. I think it would be interesting to see the extent of connection, the clarity of frontiers, and so we could elaborate further on what would be the best organization to address this within our work streams.
Thank you, Christelle. Begonia.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, we understand that this expansion of the code to other preparers basically is something that is important from the public interest, because it will give a common ground for all preparers, accountants and non-accountants. But we are not so sure that the change of the revision of Part 4B makes sense at this point in time. We don't think that this is related to the expansion of the code. The idea of covering the independence of assurers has been included in Part 5, and we don't really understand why now you are starting to revise again Part 4B to consider that. If this is not sufficiently covered in Part 5, then it should be done in Part 5 and not in a revision of Part 4B, because then that part would cover, well, different types of assurers, of sustainability reporting, other type of activities. So in our view, yes, expanding the code is what the stakeholders have thought is convenient, had the level playing field. But the other idea of revising now 4B, given the lack of resources, or the amount of resources that you have, perhaps is not the moment. We don't see that this is in the public interest at the moment, because the most relevant engagements have been covered in Part 5. So we question if you have to do that at the moment. We would also like to know more in more detail which are having the criteria to decide about these two main topics to be prioritized for the future. If this has been taken into account the PIF, or which have been the criteria taken into account in order to select these two main ideas, the Philip culture and the expansion of the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Begonia. Jeff, do you want to take these questions before we move to others?
Yep, thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, Mark, for your comments. In terms of perhaps looking whether there's any some sort of example of illustrations we can put in the SWP. So in terms of your particular example of the work that we're doing with the IAF, and we'll discuss it, of course, and inform the board a bit later during the sustainability discussion. And how we bring that in, we're sort of, at a certain stage, so it might be hard until we sort of get that sort of finalized what we're doing with them. But we'll leave that discussed. But I hear your point about perhaps whether we can look at whether we could put some illustration to better explain this point of the why we are expanding the scope, or why we think that the code can be applicable to a broader group of practitioners. Christelle, in terms of your comments, thank you again, in terms of that connectivity between these two work streams, the role of CFOs and PAIBs, and I guess under this focus on the work streams on expanding the code to all preparers of sustainability information. The work stream under the code of CFOs and PAIBs is really more focused on PAIBs, so those who are professional accountants, rather than just all preparers. So there is that connectivity, and we recognize that. And I guess it's really something that it's probably hard for us at this point, at this high level on the SWP to very clearly define who's doing what. But I think as long as there's a recognition of that connectivity, certainly we have in the SWP, when we get to that point, certainly, to make sure we have synergy and we're not duplicating work. I think, I agree that, as we come into those work streams, looking at the terms of reference, I think we need to make sure that there is that synergy and there's kind of not duplicating work and how the information gathering can support each other. But thank you for the comment. Begonia, thank you for your comment in terms of the scope of course, even in the September meeting, the board have discussed in a very robust way about how we scope it, as you've mentioned that, as you've clearly identified that part 5, in terms of independence, there is the scope of the international independence standards under part 5, and not all sustainability assurance engagements fit into that. And therefore, but ethics does. So of course, for a sustainability assurance practitioner, if their sustainability assurance engagement doesn't fit under the part 5 independent scope, then we are at this, if they are professional accountants and they go to part 4, if they're not, we encourage them to also look at our code. They will also need to look at Part 4B rather, not encouragement. But of course, Part 4B is written in a different language, and hence the PC and certainly the board in September felt that there is a need to look at this after the sustainability project, so we can make sure that aspect coming under part of expanding the scope of the code is to complete that part in terms of sustainability assurance engagements. But I hear your points whether the board should think that this is a priority or not. So on that point, I'm not sure if either Ken or Gabriella or any members of the PC have anything to add on that point.
Yes, I may, although this might take a little bit more of technical considerations that I'm not sure that we should be discussing here. Anyway, what came to our mind and was discussed in September is that namely the voluntarily when the involuntarily engagements which fall into part 4B should be probably also subject to the same professional agnostic considerations. So that's the reason why this is being suggested is a matter of completing the overall professional agnostic approach to the independence considerations. But I think that we can discuss it further, even offline, and happy to clarify a little bit further. With respect to your question about what brought us here and to select these two topics, the expansion of the scope of the code and firm culture and governance, well, this was mostly the result of an ongoing discussion that we have held on the topic of the expansion of the scope of the code, I would say over the last 2 years, with many discussions, many perplexities, many doubts, many obstacles, but also listening to our stakeholders, and it was extremely impressive the way that stakeholders moved over the last year. And I had the opportunity to mention that, namely at the CAG meeting this year. It's impressive like that at the CAG meeting in September last year, we were still having to explain why were we having this profession agnostic approach, because it was not yet well understood. And this year we had CAG asking us for much more, asking why aren't you developing the sustainability reporting standards in a profession agnostic way? It's a lost opportunity, and etc. So again, we are observing what's happening around, and at the start it was a proposal. Now we are being pushed by our stakeholders to do much more in that direction. So it's really being responsive to something that we think that it's in the public interest to have these standards applying as much as possible to all those providing the same service. And that brings me to respond somehow or make a comment on what was said here by Jeff. and somehow by Mark and Christelle about the label of this project. I fully agree with Mark. We need examples. We need very clear and simple examples, but we also will need to focus on the purpose, because expanding the scope of the code, it's not an objective in itself. It's not because we want to do academic work or intellectual work to see how much we can stretch the limits of this code. It's because we have a public interest objective and purpose guiding this approach. And the public interest objective and purpose is to make sure that when we have someone, be it professional, accountant or other, providing one service, investors and other users of the information want to be equally protected, irrespective of who is providing the service. And this is only achievable if we have one standard applying to everybody. First, because it's the only thing that allows these users to know that they are abiding by the same rules or norms, so to speak, but also because it's the only thing that allows regulators to do a proper oversight and supervision of what's being done, which is not going to happen if there are different standards or standards for some of them and no standards for the others. So we are not in the space of competition or fair competition or level playing field. We are in the space of public interest, and that's what brought us here to the consideration that probably we must think about making these standards applicable to everybody so that we can have one service or activity, one standard, same standard. With respect to the firm culture and governance, it's mostly the observation of the what's happening around. And I avoided mentioning this when we had the discussion around firm culture and governance and the scope and what falls in it. But the truth is that what brought us to the consideration of this project is observing what's happening, observing the problems that are recurrent and pervasive and etc. with respect to the behavior of firms, and that as an ethics board, we could not shy away from addressing this situation. Now, what's going to come up of this project is still to be seen. It could be everything or nothing, depending on the research and the education process we will have to be go through. But Begoña, responding to your question, it's really a consideration of public interest responding to what's happening around. If it was the PIF, I think that the PIF, we look at the PIF more as something that we are using as we develop the project, as to tests as we go. If it responds to the different PIF considerations, then at the start guiding us to define or to decide which areas we should cover and which objectives. But of course, the PIF is part of this journey and of this road. So I understand that these two topics, the two burning platforms, and this name came from the board discussion in September. I remember that there was something probably sitting in front of me, I don't remember as well, that who said we can't delay this. This is really what we have to do now if we want first to stay relevant as an ethics board, and if we want to be faithful to our mission and our objectives. This is the response that we have to give to what is happening around and what our stakeholders are observing and being concerned about, and etc. This can be, both of the topics can be many things, can be different projects. It's really two overarching topics that are inspiring us, if I may say so, to decide over the next 4 years what in concrete we should do. Ken?
Yes, thank you. And I'll be brief, Gabriel. I think you have explained essentially the basically the rationale for the board prioritizing those two strategic areas of focus, being firm culture and governance, and expanding the scope of the code. What I would suggest is, and that's to address Begonia's question, is perhaps for the planning committee to take another look at paragraph 69 in the strategy and work plan. And the fifth bullet point there essentially speaks to how the planning committee has come up, and the body, of course, has basically landed on those two burning platforms, right? And this bullet point speaks about the level of importance of the potential topics based on a number of key considerations. And these include the public interest benefits of addressing the topic, the relevance of the topic on a global basis, at a global level, the degree of urgency in responding to the identified issues, and that connects directly to the burning platform issue, and the feasibility of undertaking the work within anticipated timelines and resources. So it's kind of buried in there, but essentially these were the driving considerations in prioritizing to those two burning platform issues. And the prioritization clearly is on a relative basis relative to other identified work streams. So obviously, if you were to consider, for example, the topic of culture and governance and weigh that against taking another look at how the code deals with communication with the social governance, I think the board will agree that essentially there's no question. We need to prioritize the former as opposed to the latter. Equally, when we compare any one of those two strategic areas of focus versus any other identified topics, whether it's business relationships or even the role of CFOs and PIBs, these are kind of longer term research projects. Again, the choice is obvious. So I think what we need to do is bring that those criteria out more prominently, and maybe that should be in the executive summary or something like that.
Thank you. This is what I was.
Yeah, I see Begonia is kind of nodding.
Thank you very much, Begonia, because it also helps us explaining a little bit better to all those around the table and the observers and structure our own narrative a little bit better. Yao Shu, please.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank Jeff and the Plan Committee's work. And I agree with the PC's proposal that's expanding the scope of the code, including the proposed new work stream. But my concern is that I agree that's the scope of the new work streams, but I think we can't scope too broader, because our code is that the revisions and for the audit firms for the PAs in practice is requirements, but for the other practitioners and just the optional. So I think we should deploy our resources to the focus strategy. So I don't think we can scope everything in our code. And our code already including the PAIB and I think under the other revisions. And I think we should limit our scope to broader and we should pay much focus on PAs in practice, not focus everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yao Shu. Jeff, I will give you the floor to react, and we will break afterwards. I will retain that Rania, Jens, and Luigi want to come in, and also Yoei. But we are getting a little bit late, so we will resume the conversation after the break. Jeff, do you want to respond to Yao Shu?
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you also for the previous explanation as well, and for Ken's explanations. Yao Shu, thank you for your feedback, and in terms of your concerns in terms of the scope being too broad, and that's something that was also brought up in the September meeting as we look at these two work streams and these strategic focus. The working groups and the board, of course, need to really, need to have very careful consideration as we discuss these matters with our stakeholders, including current users, the broader communities, regulators, and of course, other users and investors and those charged with governance. So we can better make sure that as we move along, that we set the scope right. we will of course continue to have a focus on firms, also on independence, on audits, of course, and that's something that the monitoring group members who have responded to our strategy survey, as well as the consultation paper, have very clearly reminded the board that we need to continue to focus on those aspects, and we are. So I think, yeah, it is a fine balance. It is breaking new grounds, and I think those comments are, certainly well received. But it's not something that it's well received, but we don't have an answer except to say that, yeah, we will be the board will be very carefully considering how we should approach this, because we understand, our current users, of course, is very much focusing on professional accountants in the audit firm and accounting firm world. But as we expand into sustainability assurance and independence and ethics, that's something that I'm sure that we will learn a lot we have already in the last 2 years, and we will continue the next year, and that will help us as we try to shape these 2 new work streams. So with that, perhaps, Gabriela, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will break now, and we will come back at 20 past the hour. Please note that I'm not cutting anything on your break, but even giving you an additional minute. So, thank you very much, and we will be back in 20 minutes. 21. So thank you very much for being back 21 minutes after we have started our break. And I'm going to give the floor to Jeff immediately to restart the presentation. No, sorry, not immediately, because we still have Rania, Jens, Luigi, who want to come in. Rania, do you want to start?
Okay, thank you. So I think this is very tricky, to be honest. And again, I'm just concerned about the messaging. So, I mean, I've always, as a board member, always been supportive of expanding the scope of the project, of the code to scope in, I mean, all preparers and not just accountants. However, I mean, I've been giving this a lot of thought, and really, I mean, my support is basically because I believe that ultimately financial reporting will scope in sustainability information. Okay, I believe that financial reporting has to address ESG factors and ESG risks. Okay, so now my concern is if we just say that the code applies to everyone, are there any repercussions for the accounting profession? Are we saying that it is not just accountants who should do the annual reporting or the financial reporting? So it's just, I mean, I realize that bringing in non-accountants is into the whole annual reporting or reporting space is inevitable. But my question is the messaging. Is it that our code is now applicable to everyone, or is it that, I know this is tricky and I can see Gabriella looking, I'm just trying to basically, I'm trying to put this concern in words. So I'm saying that reporting, ultimately, the way things are going, it is scoping in not just accountants and the work of other stakeholders and players and preparers other than accountants. This is, I mean, it's a non-issue. I mean, it's happening. My question is, if we say that the code is now open for everyone, what kind of messaging does that entail? It's just an issue of messaging or labeling. Again, because this is our strategic working plan, what kind of labels do we attach to our projects? In my view, ultimately, the work of, I mean, and I think I've mentioned this before on other occasions. In my view, ultimately, the work accountants, professional accountants are the professionals on reporting. Okay, but ultimately they're going to have to bring in others, experts, non-accountants, etc. So is it, I think this is the messaging that we should try to get across, as opposed to saying that now our code applies to everyone, as though annual reporting is no longer just, I mean, the responsibility of accountants. It's like we are taking this, I don't know if it's, I mean, I'm sorry to use this word for the lack of a better word, this monopoly of accountants over annual reporting. We're sort of, you know, discarding it. And we're saying that everybody is in charge of reporting. Is this the messaging? Could there be repercussions for the profession? I don't have the answer to this. I'm just saying, let's just be careful about the messaging, because if you say that now today the code that is supposedly by the IESBA and our remit as a board is to set ethics standards for accountants, now we're saying that our code applies to just everyone, is sort of putting, or are we, that's my question, I really don't have an answer to it. Are we putting accountants as preparers of information on the same footing as non-accountants? Will there be repercussions for the profession? I'll stop there, thank you.
Rania, I think that I understand your question, and I'm sorry for reacting before I give the floor to Jens. But the fact is that the reality that we are dealing with is that there is no monopoly for the accountants as preparers. as far as we know, they account for something like 20% of the preparers. There are countries where they cannot even, I think it's the case of Germany, accountants cannot even perform this role, or they have some limitations. In Japan, they told us, no, we are not accountants. In general, we are generalists, and the companies prefer to have generalists than accountants. So we are not sending any message. First thing that I think it needs to be clear, we are agnostic with respect to who should provide. We are dealing with the facts that we know. And the facts that we know is that in the companies, the preparers are sometimes accountants, but most of the times they are not accountants. And the inconsistency of this situation, and we don't care about, or I mean, it's not that we don't care. Will there be repercussions for the profession? I don't think so. But anyway, we care about the public interest. And the public interest requires that any preparer, that's our vision, any preparer, irrespective of the background, should abide by the same standards, should be subject to the same quality requirements, to the same ethical requirements in respect. This is our message, and not only any other message that someone should be left in or should be left out, or that we have a preference for non-accountants or whatever. But I think that going forward, we still need to go back to this idea, which is the idea that was there since the start when we discussed this, even this year in January, about should we go further or not. It's this idea that it's a fact. It's not a message that we want to convey to anyone. It's responding to the facts and reality. Well, but we can come back to that. Jens.
I just want to highlight what you said, Gabriela, but also what brought us to this proposal in the strategic and work plan. And just an example from the newspaper today in my country, where we learned that one big accountancy firm is doing a joint venture with a non-PA on verifications in the sustainability, but beyond that sustainability. And then we can start the process with our code. You could say it's covered. No, it's not covered from the code, because what they are doing is not a Part 5 activity. It would be something which is a service. Perhaps it's 4B, but perhaps it's something else, an advisory service. And just by the fact that it is now a joint venture, and in my jurisdiction, then they are not covered by the code, because it's a non-PA organization then, even though there are PAs in this joint venture. And that's one of the big reasons to say we're looking at the activity or the service, and therefore we have to be agnostic, because reality is quicker than our thinking about the scoping, because the market is finding solutions, and for that we have to give answers. And I think that's why these two projects, the culture project and also the expansion of the code, is responding to the actual development we see in the market. And that's why there is a felt or potential gap, which we have to investigate whether there is a gap and how to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Luigi.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with the proposed scope to expand the application of the code. I wonder whether, from your words, Gabriela, I think no, but I wonder whether we are missing a piece in assembling the activities we will need to do in this respect. Because on one side, we are completing the sustainability suite by considering the preparer of sustainability information. On the other side, we are tackling, or would like to tackle, the CFO concept. I wonder whether in between we also need to consider the current situation you were referring to, where PA, as we are intending and defining them, are a minority part of the preparer of the financial statement. So we today have the same issue of the sustainability. And this is the reason why in certain jurisdictions there are laws and regulations that addresses this matter, which are in a certain sense agnostic, because they are applicable to those that are in certain position and prepare the financial statements. So I wonder if it could be possible to clarify that this project also include filling the gap of the preparers for financial information where they are not PA. And second, I agree that it may be appropriate to complete the sustainability suite with the equivalent of PAR 4B. That could be, I don't know, PAR 5B or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it is not a very priority project under a public interest perspective if we think that within this part there are no those engagement that are in Part 5, which are probably the most relevant in terms of public interest. It could be useful to have a complete suite in order to have a complete document that could be used by PA and non-PA. So say probably it is a matter of weighting the resources versus the opportunity to have it. I'm not, let's say, I'm in favor. I agree, I support that. If we need to decide how to allocate resources, probably this is something we can consider.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Jeff.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just quickly, in terms of just one extra comment to what Rania and Jans have brought up. I think we need to take us back to the start of, as we're looking at expanding the scope or looking at sustainability assurance engagement and practitioners. I would just remind the board, one of the things that we've talked about is that we focus on the service providers to these services itself. And that's why we're not focusing on a particular profession, but we are now looking at more setting standards for services. And then that's what this sustainability assurance engagement Part 5 is about. So that's something to think about. And Luigi, thank you for your 2 points. In terms of the gap that you've mentioned, it wasn't lost. We haven't forgotten about it. And certainly maybe, it's, I think the point is that we need to focus on something in terms of, this sort of expanding the scope. We want to first focus on those, focusing on sustainability information, as you mentioned about, completing the suite. But we understand that as we go and talk to CFOs and focusing, maybe our focus is of that particular project is on the PIBs, but invariably we would get that's I guess information about all the rest of the preparers who are doing that work. And I think at that point, either the work stream or the board, we need to consider how we're going to move forward. And even when we're doing the when we're going down the work stream on preparers of all sustainability information, I'm sure that there will be some information that's going to come through is what about all the other types of information and all the other types of activities. And, and I'm sure, the work stream will then, discuss that, bring that up with the board. But I think that is not a point that's lost with us. And in terms of Part 4B, in terms of priority, we've heard that from Begonia as well. So we will discuss it at the PC meeting in terms of, the priority of reviewing Part 4B of the code. So I don't know if I can, I beg your pardon, Chana?
We still have Chana and Phyllis.
Okay, please.
So, Phyllis, I think you were first.
Thank you, Chair. Just to start also by agreeing and also supporting the initiatives that are being taken. I think expanding the code is quite in order to include also preparers of all sustainable sustainability information. What I also wanted to echo is that since the code is well known, especially in developing economies, I know when you come from a developed world, you find that sustainability information is known and there are preparers of such information. But when you go to where we come from, some of us, sustainability information is not well known. So, but the code is known. So if you expand the code to include preparers of sustainability information, then it's also good because for accountants, they can sell it better, but also people can also get a reference point where there has none been in the past. If there's nothing in place, then they have somewhere to start from. Unlike when you come with a totally different document that has no reference. But now, because we have many accountants, so we also have a point to start from. So my view is that expanding the code to include preparers of sustainability information, it's good. And I think for the developing world, it's going to be a starting point that is good for the start. So it's just supporting whatever the PC has come with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felicia. And I will recall that we are speaking here about the PC, but I think that this is not a new discussion, which is new to this board. This is what has been keeping us very busy, and not always with uniform views. But I think that we are much more in agreement around that today than we were before. And namely, I make reference again to the discussion that we had in Abu Dhabi, which I would think was a milestone for us all in that respect, where we realized that there was the famous elephant in the middle of the room, but that we were not ready to address it immediately and in ways that would involve other stakeholders. So happy to keep this discussion going and get some agreements. Chana.
Thanks, Gabriela. So on the project's firm culture and governance, I support, particularly because of the jurisdiction I'm coming from, which have a number of issues at the moment. I think it should be focused on culture and governance. I think we can collect the information on the audited entity, but if we try to do both, we might be derailed. So I think we can collect the information gathering and then determine the way forward. On expanding the code, I support that as well, because there's a lot of CFOs who are not accountants as well, even in jurisdictions such as Australia. So I support that project as well. In respect of, I think, Begonia's point and about 4B, I think it's because of the scope of 5, which is for those of heightened public interest. And then we thought for the other ones, which are not of heightened public interest, that's where people can go to 4B. But I think Luigi is also raising an interesting point, whether that should actually be a 5B. So I think that is worthy of consideration, because then you would have all of sustainability in part 5, and then you don't have to tinker with 4B, because then the question will be, if you tinkered with 4B, why didn't you tinker with 4A? So I think there's a few things for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chana. Ken?
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. I just wanted to maybe share a couple of thoughts or reflections on Rania's comment about the messaging on the topic of expanding the scope of the code. I can certainly see that there will be some perceptions or some concerns, especially within the accountancy profession, about IESBA being perceived to be, if you will, giving away the family silver to others, because the code has been really part of the profession over decades. But the way I see it is really, what is the focus of the board when it speaks about expanding the scope of the code? Is it about really the accountancy profession, or is it about the broader public interest? And is it about raising, let's say, the level of professionalism for those who are involved in the preparation of the information, or who are serving in a CFO role, who are not accountants? Or is it about bringing down professional accountants to the level of others who are not subject to a code of ethics like the IESBA code? So I think the lens through which the board sees and articulates that narrative is very important. And I would argue really it's about the public interest. If the board is able to bring up the level playing field, as it were, that can be in the interest of the profession as well. And I think if that's not clear enough, that's not coming through enough or strongly enough in the SWP, certainly the planning committee can look at that, right? But from my experience, from talking to regulators, we have really heard really this real concern that there is really significant market gap or flaw. In fact, is precisely the how it's been characterized to us, that there is a significant market flaw when on the one hand we have accountants who are serving in CFO roles who are subject to a very rigorous code of ethics, and on the other hand literally colleagues sitting around across the table from them who are performing the same activities but not subject to an equivalent set of standards. And it is really within this board's capacity, decision, etc., to tackle this issue instead of saying, well, yes, there is a market flaw, we understand that, but maybe others can look at it, right? So this is within this board's remit to decide whether it can do something about it. But it is, as I say, I would really put the focus on the public interest rather than really looking at it narrowly through the lens of the accountancy profession.
Right, Ken, thank you for that. And if I may add something, if there is something that it's not clear enough with respect to this, the need or the possible need to address part 4B, we can make it clearer and then make decisions, of course, about if it's a priority or not. But there are a few considerations that I think we need to take into the discussion, namely how many service providers or independent practitioners or whatever will be active in those space who will not follow into the current part 5, because we are reserving part 5 just for some well, I'm not going to use the word heightened public interest, but some more important, let's say so, engagements. But many of them, namely, I suspect, performed by non-professional accountants like ISO and etc., will probably fall into the current part 4B, because they are driven to our code through ISO 5000, but they are not driven to part 5. So part 4B is going to be an important instrument for these practitioners, but it's not prepared for non-professional accountants. And that's what I think it was why the discussion took us here. But this can be, I think that if it's not clear, and I understand that it can not be so clear because not everybody is still yet familiar even with the cut that we make with part 5, etc. We will try to make it as clear as possible, and then we make the decisions that we have to make according to it. Yes, Mark.
I was just going to say very, very briefly, of course, part 4B is already relevant because one of the examples that we use in part 900 of the code is greenhouse gas engagements. So it's already there, it's already being used, and therefore, you know, the sort of burning platform analogy that we've used about the importance of doing this work is one that we have to address.
Thank you, Mark. Paul?
Thanks. Just wondering whether in terms of terminology, whether the tension we're feeling is about the concept of expanding. If we're talking about ensuring a consistent application of a baseline to a type of activity conducted by a variety of people, that might make people feel more comfortable. We're not trying to expand, we're just trying to say, if you do this activity, this is the minimum standard that applies to the conduct of that activity. Are people more comfortable with that? Because the same purpose. Thanks.
I fully agree, and we had already had that internal discussion, and somehow here as well. expanding the scope of the code is how we named it, because it was what was keeping us busy and thoughtful and etc. But it's not an objective in itself. We are not expanding the code because we want to expand the code or because we want to be famous or important or whatever. There is a purpose, there is an objective, and the objective is exactly to have same service or activity covered by the same standard. So we will probably need to redraft something once we go into more concrete things, but because for now we are referring to the process and not to the output or to the objective. Thanks for that, Paul. Ronnie, okay.
So thank you, Paul. I think, and Ken, I think you really articulated what I've been trying to say. As I said, this is very tricky. I just want to clarify one thing. So my concern, definitely, I mean, the concern for the accounting profession, but my concern arises perhaps from my expectation of where this ESG hype is headed. So from what I read, from what I hear, rightly or wrongly, I mean, but my expectation is that at some point, I mean, we're sort of treating this issue as though the way sustainability information is going to be structured ultimately, the end game, if there is an end game, because it's like continuously in flux, is that accountants and non-accountants and financial and non-financial information in a report, in a sustainability report, are going to be at the same level. In my opinion, not my opinion, from what I hear, I read, etc., I believe that ultimately accountants are going to have a greater responsibility, because it seems as though, I mean, ESG is considered in the terminology of many as a risk management program, and ultimately the idea is factoring in the E and the S and the G risks into your bottom line and your financial position. And so if that is the case, okay, ultimately it's not just about, obviously, as I said, everybody is going to have is going to be weighing in on the integrity of that information. And so, as Paul said, there should be a minimum baseline for the preparation of that information. But in my opinion, it's not that, in my opinion, putting the accountants and the non-accountants on the same level, maybe now it's fine. But I think moving forward, it won't be, because they won't be, again, in my humble opinion, they won't be at the same level, because accountants are going to have to take in that information, factor it in to the financials. And if that is the case, then will we be going back to developing other requirements for accountants? That's my question. And so if we want to anticipate this ahead of time, maybe take it gradually or consider it, I mean, consider this potential progression. I don't want to say that this is how things are headed, but this potential progression.
But everything can happen from now on. We don't know, we don't have a crystal ball. But one thing I think is sure, and we have agreed on that we should not create cuts or artificial barriers. On the contrary, we should remove the barriers. And then the market works. The ones who will be the better, they will be the better. They will be chosen, they will be preferred, they will be more relied, whatever. Yeah. But what we can't do is create a situation where some of them are required to provide services according to certain ethical standards and the others are not, because this creates a result which from the public interest is not acceptable.
Definitely. Gabrielle, I started by saying I might come across as contradicting myself, because I've always been supportive of this project. And that's, for me, it's a given. This is the way the world is headed. And there is no question about it. That's why my point was about the messaging. That's my point. Let's not, my opinion is, be careful. I mean, I like Paul's suggestion. Maybe we can elaborate on that. But I think the messaging is that I don't think, or maybe we should make sure not to anticipate ahead of time that accountants and non-accountants are going to be on the same footing in the reporting process or function, because I think they're going to have a greater responsibility. That was my point. Yeah.
We are not anticipating, we are creating a common baseline for all of them, for them to be able to prove how good they are abiding by the same rules and the same standards, and being agnostic about who are the best ones and who are not the best ones. But I would remind again that for the preparers, this is the reality. We are not anticipating the future, that ones are going to be active or not. We have like 80% of the preparers nowadays are not professional accountants. So we are not thinking about the future where they will come in and they will be active. They are active. They are most of the times the owners of the corporate reporting, and I would say most of the times of the sustainability reporting. And there, I think it's not 80%. It should be probably more, at least for the time being. But of course, the messaging is important, Rania, and I'm always concerned about that. And this discussion sometimes show some doubts and questions and vagueness that we will have to address going forward to make sure that the message is clear, sharp, focused, understandable, and also from what our perspective is. So thank you for that. Oh, Vania, sorry.
Thank you. That is not the case in Brazil. In Brazil, to prepare financial statements, you must be a professional accountant. You must have a registration. And I understand Rania view because during the outreach of IESB, there are some voices being raised about the perception that maybe the importance, the value of the accountants were being reduced. And as I try to answer then, related to auditing, but I think that it's the same here. The question is that when we are dealing with sustainability, for example, the accountant cannot have the necessary knowledge about pollution, about water consumption, about many topics. So they need assistance and support of others. And it is just right that those others who are becoming involved in preparing the information as called to be to answer about the reliability of the information they are provided as the accountants are. So I think that we are all aiming to the same thing here, but maybe the secret will be in the communication. How do we communicate the fact that we are preparing our code to be used by other professions, but at the same time, there is in no way our intention of minimizing the importance and the necessity of accountants and non-accountants to work together. Mainly so if you are discussing something in connection to IFRS for sustainability, because IFRS does not require recording the sustainability effect, but want the company to show the effect of sustainability on the numbers, the accounting numbers. And then the sustainability professional will be the one to evaluate the situation, but the accountant will be the one in order to make what this impact will be. So I think that it's unavoidable that accountants and non-accountants should be working together. And I think that's the main message that we should be giving to the market in this sense.
Thank you very much, Vania. Working together and doing the line, the division, the separation line between what one of them does and the other does will be blurred over time, because accountants will be more and more jumping in the sustainability space and vice versa. Look at what's happening in France, where sustainability providers have to register with a H3C, and they have to, as far as I know, pass some exams on financial reporting and etc. So this is going to be blurred, and there is no, I think, it won't be sustainable to keep a regime, a framework, which is applicable only to some of them, when this is going to be even going forward very difficult to separate who is doing what. I don't see anyone else. Jeff, back to you.
Okay, okay, we have about 20 minutes left between you and lunch. So we will move very quickly to the next part, and Jean will walk us through the actual work plan and prioritization. Thanks, Jean.
Thanks, Jeff. Esther, can I ask you just to move to the next slide? Sorry. Thank you. So as we were going to speak to the work plan and the prioritization, I quickly want to run through some of the key comments that were received during the September board meeting. So during the September board meeting, the focus for 2024 was to focus on sustainability as workstream 1 and workstream 2 work is being finalized. Members noted that the work plan was a very ambitious work plan. However, highlighted that the 2 new work streams, firm culture and governance, as well as expanding the scope of the code, should have a high priority. From other comments included, the board supported the commencement of the collective schemes, investment vehicles, pension funds, and investment company complexes workstream to start in Q4 for 2023, and that technology will remain important in the next strategic period. It was also highlighted that non-authoritative material should be developed to support with the rollout as these standards are also finalized. You can move to the next slide, please. So before we delve into the work plan as such, I quickly just want to run through the factors that was taken into consideration for determining the new topics as well as prioritization. Some of this was already highlighted by Ken as well. But the first one would be if the feedback was taken in consideration from the strategic survey, as Jeff has mentioned, which was done in 2022, as well as a consultation paper that took place in 2023. Feedback or recommendation that was received from the Technology Working Group Phase 2 report, as well as the Benchmarking Working Group report, was also taken into consideration with the draft strategic work plan. So the level of importance of the topic is based on the public interest benefit, the relevance of the global at a global level, and the degree of urgency and the feasibility within the anticipated timelines. This includes considering also as the board is moving to the new operating model as well. Resources to the rollout of the standard, the development of non-authoritative material, as well as stakeholder outreach activities was also taken into consideration. We move to the next slide, please. So the planning committee views and proposals as highlighted on this slide, but I would like to speak to those points more on slide 18 and 19. So if you can move to the slide 18, which is the next one. On the ongoing projects, you would notice that sustainability, use of expert and CIVs and pension funds and investment company complexes would be as ongoing projects. The post-implementation review for NOCLAR will not commence as planned, but rather postponed to later in the strategic period. We did receive an advance comment relating to the prioritization of this specific project, and as it's seen as a very important project. So the 2 new extremes, in the middle column under blue, is the firm culture and governance, the expanding the ethics standards to all prepared sustainability information, as well as the revision of Part 4B, and we'd notice the post-implementation review for engagement teams and group audits. So if we move to the next slide, I just want to talk to some of the advanced comments that we received relating to the firm culture and governance, and it was also speaking to the alignment of the projects to the timeline of the role of the CFO and other senior professional accountants in business. We do note that the firm culture and governance project would probably not take place over 1 year. And as you would notice in the work plan, the role of the CFO project is due to commence in 2025. So there would be some synergies in how those 2 projects run together. And also the overlap that's also clarified in the SWP with the link on the audit firm, audit client relationship and business relationship. We did speak to this as well previously. So other advanced comments is also relate to the workstream on expanding the scope on the urgencies, and the proposed timeline as well was also to take into consideration. So you would see if we go to the next Oh, sorry, no, just stay here. Sorry, my apologies. So on the priorities, as I mentioned, there is 4 top projects. The first, the 2 new 3 ones, as well as the role of CFOs, is given a high priority. The post-implementation reviews, which notice on the right-hand side, is all at a medium priority, which includes the post-implementation review for the engagement team and group audits, business relationships and audit firm, and audit client relationships as a medium priority. The 3 other topics of interest that are seen as a lower priority include the definitions and descriptions of terms, custody of data, as well as communication with those charged with governance. So we did receive other advanced comments relating to the work of the benchmarking project to keep the project evergreen. And this would be taken in consideration by the PC, as well as in the previous strategy and work plan, the topic of documentation was included. This topic was, however, not included in the strategy survey or in the consultation process, but with the advanced comments, we'll have the discussion with the planning committee at lunch. If we go on to the next slide, so slide 20 and slide 21 is an extract of what is included in the strategy of work plan, the proposed timelines and the work streams. Jeff did highlight this, and I just want to highlight again that the IESBA is planning to review the progress of the ongoing work streams in Q4 of 2024 and update the work plan as needed. Jeff, I'll hand it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Before I pass it to Gabriela to open the floor for some feedback, if we can move back to slide 19, perhaps. Just a quick comment. In terms of benchmarking, the comment was about keeping the phase 1 report evergreen, and whether we need to include this in the SWP, and the planning committee can discuss this. But my view is it probably doesn't need to be included at this stage, but that's something that the board will consider. I think in general also, and also the same with documentation, as Jean has mentioned, and something the PC will consider. But of course, that work stream was in the current work stream, but we obviously did not have the resource to consider that work stream in this current strategy period, which is finishing in less than a month. But the PC will consider, but we need to be mindful that, and I think we might have discussed this in the past, is that all the certainly that's something that all the work streams and all the projects are considering when it comes to documentation, and whether we think there is a real urgent need and to put in the SWP even as another topics of interest in terms of looking at it from a more holistic way. I guess we are mindful that there is a lot already that we indicated that we will do in the next strategy period, but also the other topics of interest. So we need to bear that in mind. But the PC will certainly have that discussion a little later. So with that, Gabriela, I might pass it back to you and get some feedback from the board.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Yes. The floor is open for your comments. Andy, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jean. That was really efficient. You went through that very, very quickly. Thank you for that. Just a couple of comments. One running through the papers was the issue on the IEESB coordination, and I had mentioned this before that when I was on the PI task force, I thought that was a model of great coordination with the IEESB. We actually had members of the board sitting in on our task force meetings, and then we have a member of our board sitting in on theirs. And with the current projects I'm on, we're having less of that. We're not having that coordination with board members of the other boards sitting in with our task forces. We're having the staff reach out to the IEESB staff, and they come back to us. And I realize it's a resource aspect, but I thought it was ultra wonderful on the PI issue that we really had the board members from the IEESB sitting in on our task force meetings. For the most part, they observed, but they answered questions that we had, and I think that ultimately created efficiencies. Now, ultimately, that's more just volunteer time. That's the investment of Sungnam on our board to sit on their task force and working group, and Josephine and the others to sit on an RS, but I'm thinking of paragraph 67 in particular, where it talks about the operational aspects of the IASB coordination. And I guess I'm really encouraging to see if we can get the volunteer members to do that joint, because I think it goes a lot quicker, ultimately in the end. I also see the project about the perhaps the conforming of the definitions, and some of that deals with the joint members. And I'm alert and concerned about maybe us having a project to conform definitions while at the same time we're having multiple projects with maybe different definitions in our sustainability area. So I don't want to talk about that as much as I want to talk about why do we need a project to have our definitions conformed if we create new differences in definitions as we go on ongoing projects. Just consider that. Also with IASB coordination, I think the firm culture project that's coming up would be since it does touch on, besides just audit, it does touch on audit aspects. And so I would really encourage the active involvement, if possible, from them on that. The addition, and maybe I'll just admit that I'm embarrassed that I forgot why it's not here. So why isn't there a tax rollout in 2024 or PIR for the tax standard in our SWP? I would have presumed we're doing that. Did I just miss something altogether, or what's up with that? If you can help. I was hesitant to bring that up because I feel I should have mentioned this before now, but I don't see it. Tax rollout or post-implementation review on that long-term schedule. So,
so maybe I'll jump in very quickly there, and I know you might have other comments, but I think on tax planning, my sense is it would be better to allow the standards to be bedded down. It's probably going to come into effect. I think it's mid-2025, if I'm not mistaken. So. We probably need to allow users a minimum of 2 years, if not more, to adopt and implement the standard before it would be timely, let's say, to take a fresh look at how the standard has been implemented. So by the time we get there, then we are outside of the strategic cycle we're looking at, and maybe it falls into the next one.
And I can see that with the post-implementation review, but I didn't see a rollout plan like we had for the PI project. So that was seemed like something we want to make sure that we spread out the rollout amongst the jurisdictions.
Thanks, Andy. I actually
Thank you, Chair. I generally support for the proposal, and I just want to highlight here is that it's really important to address the stakeholders' needs for the sustainability reporting and assurance. This is a new area, and we should take into account the possibility that unexpected measures will be required. From this aspect, for example, sufficient resources might need to be allocated for the maintenance of the Part 5 and development of guidance, even after final proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Yowei. Sanjeev?
There's just one suggestion subject to the, I think, resource availability. The post-implementation review on NOCLAR, can that be put forward in 2024? I'm sure that many things which will be happening in 24, I don't know, depending on what gets approved, in what fashion, etc., etc. That's one suggestion I have in case that can be looked at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gabriela. Andy, thank you for your various feedback, principally focusing on IASB coordination. It is certainly something that had worked really well with PI, and I was a beneficiary of that, being on that project. It is something that we will consider, but as you have pointed out, it's really just down to resources and availability on IASB as well. But certainly, and as you've mentioned, in terms of firm culture, there is an element that we need to get IASBs involved, particularly in relation to ISQM and how that works in the audit environment, and in terms of whether you can bring that out to the broader environment. So we will involve them, and hopefully they will potentially have that space for a correspondent member, but we will continue to work with them, and we'll take your comments in some of the other comments about coordination as well. In terms of the tax rollout, I assume you might be referring to the actual illustrated schedule, and it doesn't have a tax rollout for 2024. Yeah, as noted, we might add that because invariably we'll do a rollout anyway. So, but thank you for picking that up. Yohei, thank you for your comments, and then that's why we put the rollout there in 2025 to signal that we will do a bit of work and allocate resource, with those pieces of work. And Sanjeev, in terms of pushing the NOCLA post-implementation forward to 2024, I would say at this stage, certainly from a staff perspective, there's no real availability. But I hear what you're saying. We've heard it from other comments as well. But thank you for raising that, and certainly that will come into the broader discussion a bit later by the planning committee. So I see that Ken wants to respond as well.
Yeah, just a very brief supplement to what you've said, Jeff. I think really, as we're hearing from different board members, etc., as to what individual board members would perceive as being important to prioritize, there's a bit of a jostling there and a bit of sort of rubbing shoulders, etc., in terms of trying to get into pole position. It all depends on resources, and the board has to be nimble. Over the course of 2024, we will continue with our drive to recruit staff. Importantly, we will activate a program to bring in secondees or initiate a secondment program to bring in additional support to enable us to better sort of take on the sort of the identified work streams we have in the work plan. So I would say let us see how the resourcing part of our operations will pan out during the course of the year, and if there are going to be new resources joining us on the staffing front, absolutely we can certainly accelerate or bring forward some of the identified work streams.
If I can just add just a couple of final comments, just a reminder also, as Jean just mentioned, and you'll hear a bit later on this week on a work stream of CIV. That is our first staff-driven project, so we do need to allocate a little bit more staff resource to that particular work stream than we normally would. So when you take that into consideration, we have also received comments about a suggestion for the board to consider pushing forward other post-implementation review as well, particularly on restructuring the code. So we, as Ken has mentioned, as we get more resource, whether staff or secondary or otherwise, we will reconsider, our work plans, particularly towards the end of last year. I think it's important that this day of age is really hard to just bed down exactly what we're going to do for 4 years. And I think we need to give ourselves that flexibility and have that agility. And that's what we're trying to do, is at least have that formal process at the end of next year to consider how we may restructure some of our work streams in terms of timelines, but we will continue to be flexible. If there is a need, we will consider that. And if there's freed up availability of resource, we will consider that as well. But other than that, I'll pass it back to you, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Do you still want to speak?
Just one very quick slide, just to let the board knows what we're planning over the next few days. So the planning committee will discuss all your feedback over lunch, over light lunch, hopefully, and then we will send out a revised SWP based on the clean version that we have posted, and we'll send this out to you on Wednesday. And of course, we are coming back on Thursday afternoon, and hopefully at that point we can vote. The board will approve the SWP being finalized, and then you will get at this stage approval from the PIOB in Q2 of 2024. And of course, at the end of next year, we will look at a review of the workstream progress. Just FYI, the IESBA, as I understand, based on our last discussions with them, they're doing, of course, they will be looking at approving their SWP as well. And of course, we will time it in the same way in terms of getting approval from the PIOB. But just that's for FYI. So pass it back to you, Gabriela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I think that Andy still wants to say something.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the indulgence there. Thank you, and thanks for Jeff for those comments. But I wanted to make sure that in case this wasn't obvious, and I beg your all indulgence at this hour, if it is, with regard to the correspondent board members sitting in on the task forces in the PI project, I think it had a great return of investment for that time. And so I want to encourage those around the table that I think it resulted in less time on the back end for our volunteer task force. I think it resulted in a more quickly released standard by the IAASB. So I don't believe it's just effectiveness and a luxury have. I think it really had a big return on investment to have those members on there.
It has certainly created better buy-in and faster. So I think we certainly should look at that.
And we didn't have to fix mistakes we could have made or things we had to change. So I think that really resulted in less volunteer time. And so I'm really recommending it in the strongest term. I know it's going to be more time in the front end, but I think it's going to be a big payoff in the end. So I really would in the strongest possible words, encourage it.
Okay. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you very much, Andy, Jeff, and all. I don't see anyone else wanting to speak, and I will save your time and reserve my final comments about the strategy and work plan and about this amazing journey that we have been through over the last 2 years and where we have landed. I think that this was a terrific conversation, first because it shows a lot of a substantive and robust thought process around the table, vision, inspiration, etc., but also because the remaining doubts and questions and suggestions will certainly help finalizing the document, but above all, shed some light about the way we should going forward in making this strategy and work plan become something concrete. So thank you very much. I'm really amazed and happy with the contribution of the board members in this respect. But it's not yet over. Give me just 2 minutes for some more operational things. Assuming that the board is approving or will approve the recommendation to start the firm culture and governance in January 2024, we need members to this group. We don't know what this is going to be in the future. For now, it's going to be a working group. Then we will see if we have projects, if we have or nothing or many. But for now, it's a working group, and this working group will need board members, even if we are gradually moving to a staff-based model. For the time being, and in this precise work stream, we will need board members. So we will need to form a working group, and if any board members are interested in joining or technical advisors, the working group, please let Ken and me or me know before midday on Wednesday. So you have some time to think about it. Of course, it won't be a big group for sure, because we are gradually bringing it into a different direction. The final decisions will be made upon many criteria, including the workload that some members already have on them, and the need that we will have over 2024 to keep them busy with the responsibilities that they already have, and etc. But of course, I always like to be as transparent as possible, and we'll talk about it once the decisions will be made. So please convey your expressions of interest. And the planning committee will discuss it, and we'll come with some information by the end of this week or next week. Then on the tax planning task force, well, the project will be over. No change. Well, let me just say that for the firm culture and governance at the staff level, it will be Jeff and Carla taking care of this project, and we will have Richard Fleck, that some of you will remember, who was a former board member, helping as an external consultant in this project, as well as in the CIV project. So it's, well, we will have secondments, but for the time being, we need some extra resources to help us in this initial phase of this new cycle. So Richard will be providing some support. Let me take this opportunity to revisit some of the composition of some of the groups and task forces. As I was mentioning on tax planning, no change will be needed, and even if Jens is going. But Jens has kindly accepted to stay for an additional year for sustainability, to help with sustainability. So the work stream one, who is currently composed by Mark, Chana, and Jens, will keep the same composition. Of course, Jens will be there in a different position as an external kind volunteer, double volunteer, ex-board member. But of course, thank you very much for being available. But however, we may want to reconsider, and that's still going to be subject to some discussion. We may want to reconsider the composition of the full task force. The full task force of sustainability has currently 18 members, between board members, TAs, and staff. So it's kind of heavy. So we are not planning, we are not thinking about including anyone else, but just probably rebalancing the composition, or maybe rebalancing the composition, but that's going to be subject to another conversation. On the experts task force, Sanjeev is unfortunately completing his term on the task force, but since the task force is already composed by 5 board members, we are not foreseeing any change, so it should stay as it is with 4 board members. The technology working group currently comprises David Clark as chair and Paul Mutara and Joanna Field as a correspondent member from IESB. And here we would like to reinforce this working group. And so I'll welcome also expressions of interest for the technology working group by midday Wednesday as well. Then with Felicia and Galen leaving the EIOC with the completion of their terms, I welcome any expression of interest from board members and technical advisors to join the EIOC. And again, you know that this is a kind of not an obsession, but something that I always like to stress. The EIOC plays a very important role in helping us monitoring what's happening around and assessing as a first line defense or active players what we should do with respect to those market developments and etc. So it's really something where we should have the right resources and minds. Again, until midday Wednesday, please convey your expressions of interest. On the PI rollout, Felicia and Yao Shu will leave the working group, but no further change is needed, as the working group will comprise still 4 board members, and Andy, Rich, Sunam, and Luigi. So kind of diverse in terms of geographies, backgrounds, and etc. So Andy, unless you have a different thinking, I think it's not necessary at this stage to reinforce the group. On the new CIVs, as Jeff has mentioned, I'm happy to inform that this is going to be the first staff-based project. And it will comprise Linda Bick as chair of this working group, John Reed from the staff, and Jan, who is sitting on my left. So this is going to be a pilot, a test to our capacity as a board with staff. This will take, and I will probably speak about that later, but this will take a lot of adjustments. It's not only transposing or copying and pasting what we usually do with the task forces into the staff. This will need a lot of adjustments from the staff, who will have to work in a very different way, but also from the board, who will have to adjust to providing strategic direction, comments, etc., but not being that operationally and technically involved in the development of the project. So I'm sure we are going to be successful. Richard Fleck will also be providing some input as an external consultant, but this will be our first experience. And at this moment, I'd like to highlight that this board is really moving fast and bold in making the transition happen to a different setup and a different governance and a different institutional approach. The composition of the board, the backgrounds, the way we are already being a strategic board, and the discussions that we had this morning here really show that, but also putting in practice some recommendations that we really have to move forward with, like moving to the staff-based model. Then I'd like to thank some board members for continuing their liaison roles. Sadia, who will continue as IESB coordination, Andy Minter as liaison to the IFAC SMP advisory group, Vania Bogert as liaison to the IFAC International Panel on Accountancy Education. Finally, on the planning committee composition, Jens Paul will leave the planning committee, and I will announce a bit later who is going to be joining us at the planning committee, as well as the time who will be joining the relevant task forces and working groups for which we have invited expression of interests. This is going to happen a bit later. Please convey your expression of interest. If there is anything in this approach that concerns you, please let me know. But we think that this has been subject to a thorough, careful consideration, and I hope that this gets the agreement of the board, and that you will be also carefully considering if and how you can be active in some of these groups to which we are inviting expression of interests. And I will stop here. We are a bit late, almost, 12 minutes late regarding the schedule. So we will stop here for lunch, and we will restart in
Yeah, I would suggest 1:40, Madam Chairman.
Okay. And I
So
take the advice.
1:40, we come back.
Thank you very much. See you later.
1, 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, check, check, check. One, two, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2.
So thank you very much for being here on time. I hope that you had a good lunch and some time to breathe. And we will now restart with the second topic in the agenda, which is the proposal on ethics standards for tax planning. This is a project which is also like the former one coming to a critical phase, which is the phase of approval of the final standards. I will refrain from making many considerations because Jens can do it much better than I do. But of course, I can't but stress the satisfaction and the pride, if I may say so, of this board being able to bring this project to a happy end. Again, and I will not, I will recall that this was not evident from the start, that the difficulties and the obstacles ahead were very prominent and sometimes, well, leading to some doubts about if we were going to be able to do it and if we are going to be able to do it in this time frame. So here we are. I hope that successfully coming to the end. And I'll give the floor to Jens and Carla, who have been leading this project masterfully, and to give us an update of the developments and activities since the September board meeting, and to provide the board with a description of the matters which are still for consideration. Given the stage of the project, which is the final stage, I would like you to recall once again the need to keep the discussion very focused on the relevant and strategic matters which are still for consideration, and that Jens and Carla will highlight. And if possible, providing the board with alternative solutions, avoiding as much as possible, or absolutely, to reopen issues that have been stabilized before. Jens, thank you very much, and Carla, for the work done since the last board meeting and since over the last 2 years and plus, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela, for this kind introduction. And today we would like to present to you not only the development between September and now and the discussions we have done, that's a priority and the main topic, but as it is the last presentation before the finalization of the project, we would like to have a more holistic approach and a look back and to make clear what is in the public interest, what is the objective of this long journey we have taken. And first of all, I would like to thank the task force. So Chana, Laurie, Andy, Sanjeev for participating and supporting and engaging in this group, and Ken and Carla for supporting us at all stages and to accompany us in this long journey. And I would like to start on the next slide. Before I come to the agenda, I would like to play this audio from Laundromat, which is a movie and our series, and just to demonstrate how important this issue is and how widely it is seen as important in our society.
Yes, this is called tax avoidance. Now, tax evasion is a crime. But tax avoidance, that's what put us in business, and the line between the two, we like to say, it's as thin as a jailhouse wall.
Okay. That's the first point of our agenda is the why and the journey so far. So that's our priority. We want to...
tax avoidance.
Oh, it's coming back. You see how important it is. And then we want to update you on the task force activities since September, the November 2023 national standard setting feedback, and then the task force responses to the all of these discussions. And I would like to thank all of you who have provided us with pre-board input. And we had not the possibility to discuss this in the task force yesterday or today, but we will do it tonight. So we will ask perhaps you, if you have some very important issues, to raise it during the discussions today, that we better understand your background for your comments, and then we can digest them and consider them in our task force meeting. And last but not least, we will talk about the effective date, which we will propose. So on that slide, you see I would like to raise why is tax an important part of society since many years, for many years, and since the 70s or the 60s of the last century. It is it's not a recent phenomenon, but our starting point of our journey was a little bit the scandals you all know with very nice names, Paradise Paper, for example, or Panama Paper, or scandals where the public, and this was newspaper scandals, so to say, where the public was criticizing tax schemes, tax avoidance, or evasion, we don't know. So that was a very, I would say, it was a changer, a triggering point in the discussion, because for the first time, it was not just a scandal on a specific issue, it was the trust in the system which was questioned, because we saw situations where boycotts were happening, where politicians had to resign. So it was an environment where also European Parliament and other parliaments looked at it, and it was always also the question: what is the role of the profession? What is the role of other service providers? You can say lawyers, unregulated professions. So it's a burning issue. On the next slide, you see also the United Nations sustainability goals for development, and there is number 10, which is to reduce inequalities. And there it is mentioned that tax policies should be designed to support sustainable economical development. You see the connectivity of a sustainable tax system with sustainability in this broader sense. And the system of the United Nations just I think it was last week or the week before, I have this document here, the General Assembly of the United Nations here in New York decided on a tax project too, because as you know, we had immense outreach activities with OECD and other international organizations, but there's now an initiative, it's calling Promotion of Inclusive and Effective International Tax Cooperation at the United Nations, to bring this to a next level from OECD, where 30-something countries are engaging, the more, how to say, developed or more wealthy countries, which have established a cooperation model in the last 20, 30 years. Now, United Nations is taking it up, and the decision which was made is that they want to have a convention, and not only recommendations, but a convention on international tax cooperation. And you see by that, all what we discussed, Pillar 1, Pillar 2 under OECD, minimum taxation, cooperation between tax authorities, having systems in place to make transparent any possibilities of tax avoidance or evasion in an international context, probably will be covered also now on this UN level and not only on OECD level. So that's a new development, but you see that these tax issues are constantly occupying and are on the agenda of international organizations. So we are here also as an international organization to bring the ethical background or to the benchmark for an ethical environment in this arena. So I think that is something we would like to remind you. Next slide.
Yes, thank you, Jan. So We like to discuss our journey so far, journey not just of the task force, but also as a board. So let's draw down memory lane. Following the approval of 2019-23 SWP, one of the topics that the board committed to undertake was on tax planning. The initial concerns that we heard was on the matter of aggressive tax planning as a topic. And as a result, the board then committed to establishing a tax planning working group and to commence a fact-finding mission in 2020. And the objective of the working group was to gather understanding of the regulatory, the practice, and other developments in corporate and individual tax planning by PAIBs and PPPs. And it is the outcome of the working group is to develop and recommend to the board the next steps for the tax planning project. Following that, after a brief outreach in Europe in February 2020, which I'll come to the next slide, who the working group spoke to during the outreach, the world experienced a lockdown that is of COVID. So during this time, the working group undertook a fact-finding exercise in 2020, and it is all done virtually. Concluding a year-long exercise, the working group issued preliminary report and a final report of that year as well. And the working group did find that given a wide variety of frameworks and guidance materials developed by various organizations, there is a compelling need for a unifying framework that deals with ethical obligation of PAs and non-PAs in the work of tax planning services. So having considered the extensive work done by other organizations on this topic, the working group recommended that the board develop a principle-based framework in the code to address some of these areas of uncertainties that PAs and non-PAs face. With the board's blessing at March 2022, the task force then had a month's worth of organization to pull together 3 global roundtables, of which we saw over 100 participants for each of, a total of 100 participants for all the 3 roundtables, which was held in North America, EMEA, and Asia Pacific. It was a great turnout because we had representations from not just PAOs, we had the regulators such as the HMRC and the ATO. We had non-profit organizations such as OCFAM. We had representation from the legal community from the International Bar Association. And we also had a few representation from the academic as well. So it was quite well-rounded group of audience that we spoke to at the roundtable. The task force certainly learned a lot from the global roundtables, and that built the premise of which we proposed the ethical framework that you see in section 280 and 380 today. We brought forth the findings that we learned from the roundtables to the board, and as a result, in January 2023, we issued an ED, which had 30 questions to cover a few ethical obligation scenarios that PAs and non-PAs face in the provisioning of tax planning services. We considered the ED consideration at the last board meeting, and today we're almost at the finishing line where we'll do the final read of the proposed standards. Like I mentioned before, we have an extensive outreach program throughout the project. It started way back in 2019 when the working group first got together, and we spoke to representatives from the ICPA tax practice group and even the GPPC tax group. During the time of COVID, we had extensive outreach virtually with various groups of representation from the OECD, European Commission, the PAOs and firms tax leaders, even extending to non-profit organization and Iberdrola, and even regulators in Brazil. In 2021, again, continuing with that effort into the global roundtables that we had in 2022. Even at this stage of the project, we've constantly been in touch with our stakeholders through various conversations and reaching out to them when they have issues. As an example, throughout the life cycle of the project, we've been in touch with roundtable participants to make sure they are kept updated of the board's decision and how the exposure drafts has been tracking since the issuance and how we plan to land and propose for this meeting. Yes.
And just to add, we had also a lot of possibilities to present to different conferences and venues. So we had a quite significant possibility to bring this to the attention of many stakeholders. And even in the legislative processes, we saw some reflection of our work, of our report and our exposure draft. For example, in Europe, the European Commission has cross-referenced to their program our efforts. So there is a lot of visibility on the issue. And coming back to that, because of the public perception that this is a hot topic or a burning issue, to take the language from the last agenda point. So that's why on the next slide here we have, I would like to remind you on the objectives of the project: to develop a principle-based framework leveraging the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework to guide PA's ethical conduct when providing tax planning and related services to employing organizations and clients, thereby maintaining the code's robustness and relevance as a cornerstone of public trust in the global accountancy profession. So that's the objectives of the project. But during our outreach activities, we saw and we still see that it has a wider impact, not only to the global accountancy profession, which is a first priority, but also to other tax service providers, as we have seen during that journey that, for example, scandals in certain jurisdictions are more focused on the legal profession or other professions. So it is an inclusive framework which can be used by everyone being active in the tax arena, you can say. So the language is not professional agnostic. That would be the next step. And we are somehow seeing it with sustainability, which was a specific project. But as we discussed this morning, the wider scope here is quite easily to achieve. And we are in discussions with other professions, especially the legal profession, and they are very interested to look at our project and to take this on their agenda too. On the next slide, I will show you the public interest framework alignment we had at the beginning of our project, and I would like to use this opportunity at that stage to bring in also what PIOB has mentioned in its last public interest issues paper, which is in our working papers. And the first of the three issues which are highlighted there is promoting consistent ethical behavior of PAs in relation to providing tax planning services activities. So you see that is still the key objective of our project, raising the awareness of risk associated with an unacceptable tax planning services and activities. That is what we want to achieve. And there's another point, a quite relatively new point, which is added: promoting sustainability principles, including transparency by encouraging appropriate disclosures of tax-related matters in accordance with applicable reporting requirements. That is something we want to present to you later when we're coming to this point, where we have tried to make a proposal to you how to include also this point in the responsibility of the preparer, so to say, or the management responsibility, but to highlight this importance of transparency. Okay, on the next slide, back to you, Carla.
Thank you, Jens. So since the September meeting, the task force has been busy. Obviously, the task force met in person to deliberate the feedback that we received at the September meeting. We've also presented to the National Standard Setters Group for their feedback in terms of the draft that we presented to the board at the September meeting. And overall, we received support for the proposals that we present to you today. We've also received a formal letter from the IFAC Small Medium Practices Group on their comment on the tax proposals, and we're very happy to to announce and to let the board know that they agree with the task force proposal on the compliance related services being scoped out of the related services activities and also the additional application material that we have in section 380 that deals with PAs being allowed to provide services that do not have a credible basis. So presentation today, we will discuss the feedback that we received from the board at the September 23 meeting. And like I mentioned before, we had 13 questions, although in front of you, we touched on these key topics. I'd like to mention to you that during the presentation today, the markup that you see in front of you is to the version that was presented in September. Staff also provided agenda materials of the proposed text that's marked up to the ED as well. So it's part of the package that was emailed out to the board. So first of all, we like to discuss the description of text planning. The text in front of you is a result of some of the feedback we received from the board. So first of all, let me unpack one of them one by one. So in 385A1 and A2, the task force was requested to clarify the distinction between text planning and text compliance services because the wording that was drafted before, it gave a sense that the text planning was a broad range of advisory services. So we wanted to make clear that text planning and text compliance services are two different matters, and it is scoped out from the scope of section 380. And the task force is proposing additional application material in 385A3 that speaks to what is scoped out of text planning services to make that clear. So for example, if it's a simple task of text preparation or doing a text return, it is scoped out from the section of 380. So I'll pause here to see if members have any views on the distinction between text compliance and text planning services.
Okay, thank you very much, Jens and Carla. Are there any comments with respect to this proposal? Well, it seems that all clear. So you may proceed.
The next change that the task force is proposing is the bullet number 4 in front of you that speaks to the structuring of transfer pricing arrangement. At the September meeting, the task force was asked to clarify that transfer pricing arrangement is not a text compliance service. So in the proposal that we see that we could elevate some of the concern is to put the word structuring of text pricing arrangement, which is a text planning service in itself, to make that clear that the text pricing arrangement is not the compliance service part. Now pause here to see if members have any comments.
No comments, Carla.
The next revision you see in front of you is dealing with the section on NOCLA. At the September meeting, the task force was requested to clarify the requirement paragraph R388 in front of you. Initially, we had the reference to tax evasion, and per the drafting convention, members were of the view that it did not read as well, being a requirement paragraph to start off on a negative context and to refer to tax evasion. The revision in front of you is the task force proposal to deal with that feedback. So we have drafted an application material in 387A1 to deal with this change. And I'll pause it to see if members have any views on this change.
No comments?
We're moving on to responsibility of management and those charged with governance. In 389A1, there is a minor editorial where we took out the word external experts, as there's no longer a need to refer to external experts in the context that it is referred to. And the task force is proposing to add an additional paragraph that speaks to the transparency aspect of tax strategy by the client. At the September meeting, the task force was encouraged to consider tax transparency as a requirement in the section or application material due to the world that we live in now. Disclosure of tax strategies is considered as part of the ESG movement, and it is encouraged. Whilst the task force of the view that disclosure matters are not something that is dealt with within the code, at the same time, we propose making this, clarifying this in this application material to encourage management to disclose their tax strategy in their publicly available reports. Now pause here to see if members have any views on this additional application material sentence.
Well, this time we have comments. Thank you, Carla. Christelle.
Just to make it clear, full support.
Great. Thank you very much, Christelle. Mark.
In a similar vein, I was going to say the lack of comments is not because we're just sort of sitting here and waving this by. Actually, the task force has dealt very well with all of the advanced comments that they were provided with, and I don't have anything to add, but in case it looks odd to the observers who are watching us, it's not the fact that we're not interested in this, it's the fact that the task force have done an exceptional job in dealing with the comments and issues that have been raised with them, so thank you.
I'm sure they did, and thank you very much, Mark, for clarifying that silence does not mean disagreement, on the contrary. Luigi, please.
Just to understand whether it is the right time, I have a comment with respect to one of the matter which was not subject to change. Is this the right time in this paragraph, or it is later? Just to...
Can we do it later?
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. No more comments.
Credible basis, everyone's favorite topic. At the September meeting, again, discussions came forth on the PA's ability to be able to assist clients in dealing with transactions that previously did not have a credible basis, and the PA be engaged to assist the client to remedy or rectify such situation. And the task force went back and thought about this, and with the consideration and helpful input from the tax members of the ICAW who we reached out to as part of our discussion, we're proposing this paragraph that you see in front of to make clear the circumstances that the PA is able to assist the client on a tax planning arrangement which lack the credible basis. And we provided an example what that service might entail. So I'll pause here to see if members have any comments.
Thank you. Luigi, please.
This is the right time. I wonder whether this paragraph could be moved in the section related to related services or cross-referenced in this section, because it could make more, let's say, clearer the meaning of this concept of remediate, rectify, fix, and so on, in order to make it clear that it is not only and solely linked to these two examples, but also to all other examples in the related services. As an example, even the point of advising the client on an acquisition where the valuation depends on the tax planning arrangement established by the target, which is one of the examples in the related services. is still pertinent and relevant for this clarification. And basically, in order to make clear that if an underlying tax planning arrangement was defined by someone else and the PA is involved in sorting it out and try to perform something in order to make it credible or to protect the client against the consequence. This is still something that it is viable, is workable, and it is not impermissible under this standard.
Thank you, Luigi. Jens, can we take another question? So, Rich, please.
Yeah, thank you. And this is actually related to how this paragraph relates to the paragraph on related services. So if I understand this correctly, they can help restructure a tax planning arrangement as part of a dispute, but they can't represent the entity in the dispute without doing the whole, following the entire framework.
We don't have any other questions, so Jens.
I will start and you, Carla, will. Yeah. I think your point of rectifying, or the role of the accountant in rectifying a situation where someone else has done something and now it's, or the client has done something, and now the professional accountant is asked to bring it back to the greener part of our picture. Yes, that is something that we, after long consultation, have understood. And I think it is in the public interest to say there the professional accountant has a play to role. And I think it doesn't matter whether it is a tax planning arrangement or a related service, if it's about rectifying or cleaning it in the right direction. So that would be my response to you. And we will look at it in the task force, whether there is easy possibility of cross-referencing or repeating. We will see and discuss this in the task force tonight. Would you like to ask?
Jens, I'm not sure it requires a change. I was just trying to understand the clarification. I have some other questions about related entities when we get to the end. Related services, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. The next topic is the potential threats of tax planning and the gray zone, and how to apply the conceptual framework to navigate the gray zone. And during the September discussions, we were encouraged to provide a better example of self-review threat. So we had some outreach or input consulting by our Australian colleagues, and we developed together with Jana this example. And you see it's the first bullet point. A self-review threat might be created when a professional accountant has recently provided evaluation services to a client for tax purposes, the output of which is then relied upon or is a key input to a tax planning service for the client. So I will pause here whether to this first bullet point, whether there are any reactions.
Thank you, Jens. Rich?
Yeah, Jens, I'm struggling with this example. A tax advice or planning might have multiple phases, some of which might even be required by law and regulation. So just because a valuation for tax purposes is part of or is required in one phase, I'm having a hard time saying that's a self-review threat. Even if it's a relatively key input, because it's part and parcel of the advice or the execution of the tax position or whatever. And the second part of this, I guess, is do we mean might be created, a self-review threat might be created the same way we mean it when we say it in the independence section, which would say it's an absolute if it's a pie?
I would say no, but we have to think about it perhaps also in the task force. That would be my initial reaction. So we taking this language to say might create in the real sense that it is a possibility, and it depends on the situation, and it is just an example to clarify that there are situations where there might be a self-review threat. Because as you do remember, we struggled a little bit to see whether all these threats are also relevant in this context. And we looked for an example, and that was an example where it might happen. So
perhaps this is something the basis for conclusion could help us with.
okay, thank you. We'll take this on board.
Okay, Rania, please.
Sorry, I'm just going to go back because there's something that I'm struggling with the definition of, with the description of tax planning services. I think it's slide 10, sorry, 12. Okay, so my question is, I really like what you've done and how you've addressed everything, but my question is, shouldn't it be in the description? Just let me think of this. So tax planning services are advisory services designed to assist a client, whether an individual or an entity, in planning or structuring the client's affairs in a tax efficient manner. Shouldn't we here include the issue of non-violation of existing tax laws, rather than put it in a separate section, like on slide 15, where there are laws and violations, including those that might be referred to? I mean, shouldn't tax planning by definition be in alignment with existing laws? You get my point? I mean, I definitely agree with the substance of it. I'm just looking at the framing of it. So, I mean, that should not be a one-off. It should be part of the description of the service, that you should be efficient, but within the boundaries of the law.
Yes, Rania, I agree with your observation, and the task force is considered as part of the journey. If I let you explain that, initially, the description of tax planning, we started with aggressive tax planning. And then where we landed today is a reflection of this section is about addressing gray zone uncertainty. So we're not talking about matters of tax evasion. And in some jurisdiction, tax avoidance is encouraged, but anything other than that, it's within the legality of that transaction. So that's why in the description of tax planning, we feel we didn't need to point out that, hey, as a PA, you're not allowed to do anything illegal. And it's so within the legal boundaries, and hence that's why we didn't actually spell it out. And where the paragraph that deals with NOCLA, it is to mention that there are sections in the code that deals with situations where you come across NOCLA. And that's why we have references to tax evasion and the specific paragraphs in the code that deals with that in particular.
Okay, yep. Okay, I agree with you. I don't know if I'm being very, I'm explaining this correctly. So I definitely agree with you. I agree that this section should not address, with the statement on not addressing tax evasion. But my point is, when we say that there are laws and regulations, all laws and regulations, whether they are anti-avoidance or, in my mind, I think as a board, do we agree? And this is a question I'm asking you. What is our position on tax avoidance? Can we say that, generally speaking, as long as you are violating a law, then you're evading taxes. It's tax evasion. You get my point? And so as long as you are in alignment with the law, then it's not tax avoidance, it's not tax evasion.
So we don't want to reopen, I think, this discussion. I think it is, your first point is just a question of where positioning something. And then we have made a long journey. First, we had it here, where you are now addressing it. And after discussions, we decided to put it somewhere else. And I think that was code which is applicable in, and that I do remember as one of the key issues in the beginning. It should be applicable from a PA in a country, in an environment jurisdiction with low tax rates and which is seen as a tax haven, and also in a country where the ESG development is very much advanced and they have transparency on the end of everything and also there. So that is a little bit a challenge. And that's why we try to be as jurisdiction neutral as possible and to describe the service very broadly. And that's why we extended the scope of the material, not to from aggressive tax planning or from the gray zone to generally tax planning. And that's why we wanted to be as broad as possible in here in the description. And the following the laws and regulation is then the next step where we are introducing compliance. I think it's a subheading. It's 7, compliance with law and regulation. And by that, we are highlighting the importance even more than just adding it with a sentence in 5. But
let me, sorry, just quickly react to this. And I'll tell you where my problem perhaps is, whether you put it together or you separate them. First of all, in my mind, I think it's preferable to have a complete definition. But then, I mean, yeah, okay, or description. But let me just continue. But I think my issue with section R380.8 is that it starts with the phrase where there are laws and regulations. And I think we can agree that there are always some kind of laws and regulations. And so
no, it's about anti-avoidance. It's something different. The main sentence is the number before. Yeah. This section does not address tax evasion, which is illegal. That's a no-CLAR cross-reference.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it is the anti-avoidance rule. Yeah. That's another principle. Mm-hmm. And that tax planning has to follow laws and regulation is then in the process of finding out what is a credible basis. There we have then so we are a little bit more process oriented than artificially finding or try to find an exhausting definition or description.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, I'm just gonna say that one quick reaction and stop. I think it's important to bring out or to call out in the description that trade-off between the efficiency of tax planning and the compliance with the, I think that's the main issue when it comes to tax planning.
No,
I think, I mean, there's a trade-off between
No, there's no trade-off. Tax laws and regulations are there. That's a basis. And then we are coming, for example, in the requirement in 380.10, the professional accountant shall obtain an understanding and then the relevant tax laws and regulations. So that's a requirement. That's the process, because if we are in the gray zone, and that's the main issue where we are dealing with, exactly this wouldn't help, because normally these tax laws are not as clear as they might or should be, or whatever you call it. We would wish to have it more clearly. So that's why we're saying the starting point is looking at the existing tax laws and regulations, and then perhaps, and that's the application material, look at the history, how the laws were established. Is there any material? Is there interpretation by courts, by literature, by academia, whatever? So that is, we try to be a little bit more process-oriented because of the variety of systems and legal backgrounds. That's perhaps a little bit the reasoning for the positioning in the process of making this assessment by a PA.
Jens, if also I may add, and Rania, to your point about positioning, it's not shown up here. In the very beginning of the section in 384A1, we stated very clear that the PA play an important role in tax planning by contributing the expertise, et cetera, meeting tax planning goals while compliance with tax laws and regulation. And that's the PA's role in promoting public interest. So it's very much highlighted at the front of the section. of the PS role in making sure that it's compliance with tax laws and regulation. And I hope that helps clarify some of the confusion, because we've gone straight into the description and not talk about the PS role in that sense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm back to slide number where we were. 24. Thank you, Sanjeev. Yeah. We have another issue to raise here, which is, I think, resulting from feedback, especially from CAC and the national standard setters. It was the reaction to also issues happened, I think, in Australia, and whether we should also bring in this actual observation, and we tried to react with a self-interest threat which might be created when a professional accountant advises a government agency on tax policy, laws or regulations, and the confidential information the accountant obtains from that work would be valuable in advising other clients on their tax planning arrangements. And I think that is something might be controversial, whether to put it in or not, but that is a proposal of the task force, that we have a immediate reaction to some of the concerns raised, especially by certain stakeholders, regulators from certain jurisdictions, but also beyond that. So we would like to have your feedback, whether we have captured these concerns, or are there any other proposals how to put it better? I think, Luigi, you had some advanced comments on that.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay,
Luigi.
sorry. Yes, I had some comments and I forwarded them to you. Just to clarify the matter, I think I see this as a reaction to a trigger event, a very specific trigger event, and the reaction seems to me not complete, because it tends to identify one specific angle of this issue, which is the confidentiality, basically, which I don't think it is exhaustive of all the root causes we have in this case, at least for what I understood. And therefore, I wonder whether this is the exact way we should deal with this point. Second consideration is that the matter is broader than simply the tax matter. Well, the case is relating to a tax matter, but it is broader than that. It could also affect many other situations. So I wonder whether this is the exact place to deal with this matter. And third, the proposed text seems to focus on the availability of the information, so the access to the information, which is an access which is legitimate under a legitimate engagement as a source of a potential risk or threat, while probably limiting the analysis of this particular matter and angle. It is more the usage of this information with the underlying intention. It is not per se the availability of an information which is needed in order to provide a legitimate engagement. So probably, even if we would like to link the threat to the underlying situation, is not the fact that we have an information, but is the fact that this information is used in the wrong way. So all this to say whether this is the exact response the board is required to take and to propose in the context of this trigger event, or whether this may be viewed as devaluing or reducing the impact of this matter, just focusing on confidentiality, which is, by the way, dealt with in other part of the code in a very extensive way. So my fear is that we could deliver a message where we are underestimating the matter, are under addressing the matter that require a broader view. And it isn't necessary. I agree that should be dealt, but probably in another way. And having discussed this morning about firm culture, I think this is a matter completely linked to firm culture. And maybe it is a matter to completely treat and deal within this project instead of just mentioning the confidentiality matter in the tax project. Sorry.
Thank you, Luigi. Jens.
So I fully agree with you that the actual case or cases are much broader than this, what we are addressing here. So you're right that we can't respond to the actual case by that. But on the other hand, it is something which has occurred, and it would be perhaps a surprise if we are not reacting. So I think we are looking a little bit for the right answer. And what we thought is that we limit it to this piece because it's about tax planning arrangements or tax planning possibilities in a confidentiality environment. That there are other aspects too in that specific case. We are not dealing with specific cases, but we dealing with concerns which were raised because of a triggering event you're mentioning. But it's, I think, I would like to see a little bit the reaction by our fellow board members, how they are seeing that. Is it, I see the danger you're raising, but on the other hand, I see also the expectation by some stakeholders that we should do something and not leave it to another project, because then we have now the discussion on that project. And that's why I would like to see some responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi. And I was going to ask for the same, but we have Hector already.
Thank you so much. I see Luigi's point in the drafting when we say confidential information. To me, this case is a case of conflict of interest rather than use of confidential information. Is you are advising one client and advising other the clients that are in the opposite position at the same time, and benefiting from your role. You may be influencing the government in a certain direction because you have clients that want the government to go in that direction. So if maybe it's an issue with the use of confidential information, and instead we could say something like being in conflict of interest while advising clients on the same topic at the same time, or something related to that.
Thank you, Hector. Mark, please.
Thank you. So, notwithstanding Luigi's comments, I think were the board to approve the revisions to these sections without a paragraph covering this issue, it would be seen as a missed opportunity. And I think we should welcome the efforts of the task force to respond in a very timely basis to an issue that has been widely reported and commented upon and is seen as having a significant ethical issue, which we are proposal, which the task force are proposing to move to try and address. Now, you know, there are issues of just how you explain the issue you're trying to address that Hector's just raised, but I think from a principle sort of perspective, it would be wrong to put out the final revisions without a paragraph covering this sort of issue, to demonstrate that actually, as a board, we have been responsive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. But just from one clarification, so I understand that you are in favor and strongly support the inclusion of something that addresses this case. But would it be necessarily this, or could you live with a different for a way of addressing?
Well, I'm sort of happy to see if the task force can sort of amend the drafting to take account of some of the issues. But I do think it needs to be, you know, a substantive bullet in its own right about what we're trying to address, and can't be folded in to the wider material.
Okay, thank you very much. James, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. You've summarized, at least as a cold listener, excuse me, I do think it should be addressed, so I support Mark. I do think Hector has a point. In reading this as a bullet on its own, in a generic sense, to me, it tells a government never hire an accountant, because it's a reality situation. It's confidential, it's valuable, it could be used. And I think the intent is if you are in a position, your safeguard is to recuse yourself from your conflict of interest. And I think that's a helpful stance, but just as it reads now, I don't see a solution other than don't hire an accountant. And I don't think that's the intent.
Thank you, James. Ken.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would read it as perhaps as black and white as James is suggesting. It is a matter of how this is going to be read. This is intended to be an example. It is just an example of a self-interest, right, in the particular context of tax planning. And I do agree with the task force and Mark's perspective as well, that there is an opportunity for this board to really speak very directly to the issue that we all have in mind. This is really, you know, if you don't address it now, we may not be able to address it in the future. But just going back to Hector's point about conflicts of interest, in fact, my sense is we don't even need to do anything in the code in terms of conflicts of interest, because if a firm were to apply the section in the code that deals with conflict of interest, which is section 310, really the firm will be on side in terms of knowing exactly what needs to be done, because paragraph 310.2 of the code is very clear as to when there is a conflict of interest. And it says a conflict of interest, threats might arise from conflicts of interest when a PA provides a professional service related to a particular matter for two or more clients whose interests with respect to that matter are in conflict. And that is a principle. And that's a principle that this bullet point is speaking to. But the point that this bullet point is trying to make is this is an example of a threat that in the context of tax planning is very real. And the code is providing practical guidance and putting PAs on alert that they should be taking heed of the potential threats that might arise in the particular circumstances they might be in. So I don't see this as a message to governments not to hire accountants. On the contrary, I would see it as, in fact, as a very important message to governments that accountants are given very clear instructions as to the types of threats they need to be aware of, and pay particular attention as to the circumstances in which those threats might arise, and take action to address those threats if they do arise. So I do see it as very much for a different lens, but I think it's an important point to make.
Thank you, Ken. We still have some. Do you want to take the other comments, Ken, before you respond? Okay. So Vanya.
Just in response to James' comment, I agree that in general government would not hire accountants, but in Brazil, in two situations, we formed a working group about the tax authorities and accountants in order to try to help the tax authorities to understand IFRS and what it will be bringing in terms of change, because it was something so new for the tax authorities that they do not know if they were to tax the effect of a value presentation, for example. And we are doing the same now in connection to sustainability. So yes, there is some situations where we have the potential of influence tax authorities, and we cannot prevail upon this situation in order to form a conflict of interest. in our respective activities. I think I like this paragraph because it reminded me this situation back in Brazil.
Thank you, Vania. Felicia?
Thank you, Chair. I also want to agree with the inclusion of the paragraph, especially that the code also provides for mitigants when such cases happen. So if you don't put as many examples as possible, then we are likely not to give examples that people can go back and see. So the code has to provide at least good examples that can be a reference in future. And therefore, even the wording itself, because it doesn't say that it should, it might. So it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. So it might, I think, it's maybe my understanding of English that is bad, but when you say might, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. So it's something that we need to watch out, and whoever is using tax planning services has to be careful that such cases need to be avoided. And if they'd like it to happen, then you go back to the code and also get how to deal with such kind of conflict of interest. So I think it's good to have the wording there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felicia. Jens, whenever you want to stop, just let us know because we still have a number of comments. Okay, Rania.
And just very quickly on the conflict of interest, I mean, usually a key component of conflict of interest is non-disclosure of the conflict of interest. So perhaps you could improve this bullet by saying a self-interest threat that might be created when a professional accountant advises, etc., that is not disclosed. I think quite often one way to avoid a conflict of interest is merely by disclosing that interest. So I think that would be very important. I mean, if you don't disclose it, then that becomes a problem.
Thank you, Rania. Sadia, please.
I want to lend my support for what the task group has done. I think we reached a good balance by putting it as an example. Having a look at the other places in this paper that has examples, it doesn't fit anywhere else. And reading it cold as an example without everything else you've read, it makes sense. When you try to link it to what people might see as we're trying to encapsulate a whole scandal into one paragraph, that's not possible. A conflict of interest, yes, it's important, but we're talking about threats. So mixing the language of the code will become confusing if you read it in totality. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. And Luigi.
Yeah. Assuming that the final decision of the task force is to retain these documents, I would recommend this example. I would recommend to make it more specific to the situation. We can also live with addressing one root cause of a case that have many root causes. The point is that it is, as I mentioned before, it is not necessarily the availability of the access to the information that is the root cause. The root cause is how a PA is using the information. And second, probably it is also linked to the fact that this information provide this PA with an unfair advantage, undue advantage. And this concept of unfair advantage link back to the tax planning overall objectives. And probably it is clearer and it is a more pertinent response, even if it is not, well, that is still my view that it is not complete, but well, we can live with the fact that it is not complete, but at least it is precise.
I think that would be my reaction I would like to share, is that perhaps in the basis for conclusion, we might say why we have done it here, and cases, also actual cases, might have a broader roots or different sources of non-compliance. But having listened to your points, I think it has to be clear, and thank you, Sadia, you mentioned what I would like to raise. We are talking about threats here, and we are looking for an actual self-interest threat here. that there are other violations of the code with this and other cases is crystal clear. And but also this specific case is very much in the beginning related to non-complying to NDAs which were signed. So it is, even though it is confidential under laws and regulations, that's one issue. But this specific case is even more significant because there were, as I have understood from Chana, that in the specific case, NDAs were signed. So there was a perception that there might be a conflict of interest, there might be anything else, and disclosure, Rania, wouldn't be an issue because it was explicitly forbidden to have any communication with clients, etc. So that was part of the agreement, as far as I understand it from public knowledge, how the case was. So that's why the confidentiality issue came in, beside everything else which you're mentioning. So only for your understanding. But I think we have to consider how to make clear that we don't want to solve a triggering case with this, but just to take an example, an actual example where something has happened. You want to support me, Andy?
Okay. Always, always, my chair. Yes, I just wanted to let the board know that the task force in its outreach and deliberations prior to including this bullet point, going back years, had discussed this aspect of providing tax planning services to entities with a similar or same engagement team that provided services to government agencies, and we couldn't figure out really a bullet point to put as an example. And so it didn't just fly on our paper because of the headlines that came up from Australia. The whole topic, we did discuss it, and it came up in many outreach activities. And this bullet point just seemed to write itself after that. But anyway, I just wanted to assure the board this wasn't just something that we hadn't thought about at all, that we really had, we just think it was worth a bullet point.
Very well. Thank you, Andy. And thank you, Jens, for addressing all these substantive comments. And I think that if possible, to put something in the basis of conclusions that addresses some of the concerns, namely religious concern, I think it would be good to make sure that we don't reduce the case to what is in this paragraph, and give acknowledgement that we understand that this is almost a case study of many things. So, okay, back to you.
Thank you. So on the next slide, we have responded to the September board meeting and your comments, where you encouraged the task force to find a better terminology than the pre-packed tax planning arrangement. Now we have a next try. I don't know whether this is better. So it's now whether it is a tax planning arrangement from an off-the-shelf package with a little modification for the client-specific circumstances. So that was or is the actual proposal to you, and we would like to get your feedback on that. I see Rich.
Yeah, Rich, please.
Yeah, I get what we're trying to say, I think. I find this language a little casual for the code. I might suggest you don't need the words from an off-the-shelf package, and you could just say whether it is a tax planning arrangement with little modification for the client-specific circumstances. And that kind of gets away from what does off-the-shelf mean and tax and all that stuff.
Sounds good. We will discuss it in a task force, but sometimes to delete something is the most easiest way to find a proper definition. Thank you for raising this. Okay, we are now coming to disagreements. Also here we were encouraged to clarify the steps undertake with the deletion of sentence to dissociate from the engagement. You see in R380.22, we deleted this at that point because we have it later, because in this context, we thought, or the discussion during the September board meeting, we take with us was that this is one of the possibilities, but we should do this step by step with A, B, and C, and then the accountant, and we have it in Art 38023, in light of the responses, then the PA will think about and have to make a proper judgment whether there's a need to withdraw from the engagement. So we made also here now, as we think better step-by-step process-driven language. So first, communicate, consider making full disclosure, consider communicating the details, if any, to the external auditor, and then in the light of the responses, make a decision whether the accountant will resign or withdraw from the engagement. So that's the reason for deleting the sentence here. We think it's more appropriate. I'm stopping here for getting feedback.
Seems that everybody supports it very strongly, using Mark's comments.
Okay. The next item is tax planning products and arrangements developed by a third party. Also here we were asked to clarify the sentence. It is about a situation where the client is approached, but also it would warrant the PA being engaged for this section. And so we changed in the requirement, if a client engages a professional accountant to advise on a tax planning product. So we made it simpler and clearer. And in 38025A2, we clarified if a professional accountant receives a referral fee or commission from a third-party provider, then we are cross-referencing to section 330. Also here, I would like to get some feedback.
Yeah, Sanjeev, do you want to say no? Jens?
We are quicker as expected here. So we have the possibility to ask you before I come to the proposed effective date, if you have comments to other parts, which we have not highlighted here, because it's not only to discuss the changes we have made from September to now, but also to have a fresh or quick or new read of the whole text in 380 and 280, whether you have any other issues you want to raise here before we come to the next steps.
Thank you, Jens. Luigi, please. Mike.
Your microphone.
Sorry. In paragraph responsibility of management and those charged with governance, in the sixth, if I'm correct, bullet, there is a submitting the client tax return. I think that here, the submitting client tax return is what usually it is done even in the tax compliance services. That has nothing to do, have nothing to do with management and responsibility. So I wonder whether it is possible to clarify that the responsibility is, I don't know, ensuring the submission or taking the responsibility for ensuring the submission or something like that, because the mere act of submitting is an administrative task.
I think that's a valid point. Thank you for this comment. We will make a proposal how to address it. So perhaps ensuring submission of clients, etc.
Okay, thank you. Sungnam, please.
I had another, but I can wait
sorry.
my turn.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I have just 2 or 3. Sorry. 380, 1284. It is the 6th paragraph. I know that we already discussed about that, Jens, but still it is a matter that I do not understand. That has not been challenged by the tax authority. The mere fact that it is challenged is not per se an issue. It is successfully challenged. Sometimes the challenging these type of process are going in a direction, sometimes in another direction, and the fact that there are challenges, or even one challenge out of many cases, is not per se relevant.
Okay. Yes, I think that you still have another one. I don't know if you want to respond now, Jens. Or...
Perhaps I could respond to the specific issues because we have no slides, so otherwise we are losing something.
Okay, go ahead.
My reaction is, first of all, it is an example of action, and we are not saying that this example is like a set in stone, but what we are thinking is, if it has not been challenged, it is a clear signal that there is a credible basis. If it has not been, or if it had been successfully or unsuccessfully, depends on the perspective, challenged, then we think there is no uncertainty anymore, because if it has been challenged and successfully challenged, then the situation, the tax situation, might be more or less clear. So that's why we thought it is a factor when it has not been challenged, that you can use this for establishing a credible basis. You know what I mean? Because it is an example where a lot of factors, as you see also others reviewing the relevant tax legislation, assessing the reasonableness of assumptions, it's all judgmental here. And that is another point which might be an example for supporting your views on the credible basis. So that would be my response. That's why we kept it, not because we are not agreeing that if there is a successful challenge that this has impact on the tax planning arrangement, but perhaps it wouldn't be a good example for our specific intent here.
I had a comment relating to the concept of beneficiaries. I sent you this comment. It was just to consider explaining in the basis for conclusion why we are focusing on this matter, because it should be clear.
Okay, agreed.
Last 2, hopefully. The concept of excessive fees, it is, sorry, in paragraph 380.19a1, one of the last bullet. I'm not sure whether perceived to be excessive is something that it is clear there are consistency in application, homogeneous understanding, and so on. So I wonder whether this could be linked perhaps to, I don't know, concept like substantially higher than the market rate or something like that, because excessive, it is, let's say, a judgment which is really depending about who takes this assessment.
I think we can perhaps address this in the basis of conclusion that what we are meaning by excessive, and that such a market test might be a proper benchmark, perhaps. But we will consider how to. I think we had very thoroughly thought about another term, and we were not successful yet. So perhaps we can describe it somehow in the basis for conclusion. That would be the minimum, which I think the task force will consider.
The last one, and it is a matter where I noted for the documentation matter, the documentation application material, but it is also valid for other things. For example, in this case, by reading the agenda item 3A, where there are all the explanation of the process you followed in order to arrive at this text, a certain point it is said at a practical level, the proposed ethical framework guides the PA to, and one of the example is document on a timely basis the PA assessment, communication with the client, and so on. Here instead, it is an encouragement. So probably there is some request of more precision in the basis for conclusion when describing the action, because by reading the agenda item, someone could argue that it is a requirement, which is not. And therefore, probably a more precise language is needed in the basis for conclusion for this matter and also for other matters that I noted, but I didn't list all of them.
Okay, we will consider this. Sounds reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Sunam.
Thank you. My question is about the structure of this section or the order or sequence of description. We have at the beginning, paragraph 14, we have so-called stand-back test. And then afterward, on paragraph 17, we have description about circumstances of uncertainty. So from my perspective, I believe stand-back test should be described at the very end of the whole section. That's my understanding. And also it's implied from the title of the stand-back test, overall tax planning. So I'm wondering if I misunderstand the structure or way of thinking made by task force. That's my question. And then I believe you have received all advanced comments. So I'm waiting to hear from task force. Thank you.
I think we will consider this structural proposal you made. We have to see how it fits in the overall flow. But thank you for raising. Yes, we received your advanced comments and we will respond to all of them. We will have a discussion during the task force meeting this afternoon. Thank you, Sunam.
Thank you, Sunam and Jens. Rich.
Yes, Jens, this relates to paragraph 386, A1 and A2 on related services. And maybe it may be something we address in the basis for conclusion, but as I read this, if a practitioner, professional accountant is asked to perform a related service that is based on or linked to a tax planning arrangement developed by the client, but I'm going to focus on a third-party provider, then they would perform the assessment outlined in the entire framework of the tax planning. And I presume, but it doesn't exactly say this, they would have to also understand and evaluate related services that third-party provider performed in order to make their overall assessment, and then to do a stand-back test on the whole thing before they went forward with a related service. And one, I'm trying to clarify if that's exactly what we intended, and you have the comments in writing. So, but the second part is, it seems strange that we might be doing a stand-back test 2 or 3 years later. I mean, you could see scenarios where that's when you get engaged to do a related service. And so first of all, you'd have some hindsight that might make it easier, I guess, because you might know if tax authorities or others reacted. But is that really what we're expecting, that kind of level of granularity, going back through everything that was done and then making that stand-back test whenever you're asked to do a related service?
So I'm thinking that we are not expecting this, that you are making everything again. You're making an assessment at that point in time where you are. And if you are, and these related services are often also, and that's why I'm thankful for your comment, in a situation where you're also rectifying it. So then it's clear that this service, this tax planning arrangement has not a credible basis. So yes, if we are thinking on situations where there is a tax planning arrangement which is dodgy, I call it like this, by separating the service providers, you're getting around it or somehow around it. That's the real intent of including the related services. So that's the situation which we are envisaging. And everything else is dependent on the facts and circumstances of a specific situation. And if, how to say, a situation is there where it's smelling like a circumvention of a consistent approach, this related services section want to be in place. So that's, and we have to think about perhaps which level of stand back or looking at it. And that is, in my view, depends on the situation. It might be, if it's a situation which I described, that you have to make huge work effort to understand what it is the client is wants to achieve and how to approach. But it may also be a very simple situation because everything is clear that this is not a good tax planning arrangement. So your work effort is not a huge stand back test, but just to see in which connection you are engaged as a in the related services context. That would be my spontaneous response to your question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was just going to add that it is the scenario that it depends on the service that the PA is engaged by the client to perform. So if it's relating to a service that is to remedy or rectify a situation that did not have credible basis, or even the clients coming to the PA and say, it clearly doesn't have a credible basis, can you get us across the line? Then this section does apply, even if it's a arrangement that was previously performed by a third-party provider.
Okay, thank you for the additional clarification. Sadia?
So I had a similar question on how, so firstly, I really appreciate that we put related services much higher up. I've been calling this here colloquially a scoping paragraph, whether you are in the scope or not. And then I started wondering whether that related service is a standalone subheading or is it part of the general? Does it tell you when you're in or when you're out? But I wasn't going to raise it. I was going to say it offline. But if more than one person on the board has this question, maybe this is something that you want to do in outreach or in a frequently asked questions so that people get familiar on how they should be reading it.
Ken.
Yeah, I would just remind everybody again that when we refer to the stand back test, there is no expectation that there's going to be an elaborate work effort involved in making that assessment as to whether how the stand back test is articulated, in terms of the consideration of the reputational, commercial, and wider economic consequences, etc. Come into play. It is a consideration. There's no requirement that the particular professional accountant undertake a detailed analysis of the impact or the consequences of the tax planning arrangement viewed from those different lenses. So even in the context of a related service, I would argue that if the PA is engaged with respect to this particular related service, whether it's to remediate a tax planning arrangement that is deficient in that sense, and the PA is advising the client as to changes that need to be made in order to restore a credible basis. The PA ought to apply the stand back test as well to be in a position to go forward with the advice or recommendation, because otherwise the PA would be falling short of the expectations under this code, because we could substitute the third party provider with an office of the same firm in a different part of the country or different jurisdiction. And why would the PA not apply the stand back test in that case versus when the provider is somebody who's external? So I would just be careful that we don't suggest that there is a differential approach in terms of applying the section when the PA is in a related service circumstance versus advising directly on a tax-paying arrangement. When the section says that it applies to related service, it ought to apply in its entirety unless it is clear that a particular requirement is not applicable. But in this case, the stand back test is part and parcel. It is inherent to the application of the section. And importantly, it is not intended to be a very detailed analysis that's going to entail a lot of man hours, et cetera, but it is, as I think Sunam, you've indicated, it is standing back and doing an overall assessment in the context of your understanding, your general understanding of the circumstances, the economic environment, et cetera, and advising the client accordingly.
Thank you, Ken. And finally, Begoña.
Thank you. I really don't know if I should say something now or later, but well, the thing I want to say is that we really appreciate that the reference to the tax planning strategy in the financial statements according to the reporting framework, because this is something that the PIOB was asking for. We also think that the inclusion of this paragraph about the self-interest rate related to the recent Australian case makes sense. I mean, it's a timely response. So although indeed, perhaps in the future document on business culture, it has, firm culture, it has to be also covered. But in any case, it's a public issue, it's a public interest issue at the moment, and we think it's good to have it there. And about the thing we would like to see is an assessment about the tax planning provisions that you have included in the document compared with the initial purpose or objectives in the project when it was initiated, to see at what extent it has been covered more or less, or is already, we are happy with the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begoña. And of course, we are also happy that you are happy because we try to give some consideration to, and that's true, that's clear. Try to give some consideration to your comments. So it's important to know that the PIOB is now satisfied with what we have achieved. And thank you for being clear about that. And we are now going to break, if Jens, if you allow me to. So, and we will come back in 20 minutes or maybe 19 this time. And we'll be back at 40 minutes past the hour. Is that it? No, sorry, 35. 3:35 in New York, something 35 wherever you are. Thank you. Well, we are still missing a few people here, but I think we should start or restart. Jens, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We would like now to go through the text by page, starting with 380. If there's anything left, because it's the last possibility to raise issues that we are discussing those issues this afternoon to prepare the final text for you for Friday. So that's why we think it's appropriate to give everyone the opportunity to raise issues. So we would start, Carla, with 380. Would you like to lead?
Yes, thank you, Jens. So this is agenda item 3B that was shared with the board previously, and it's marked up from September. And we'll go through paragraph by paragraph in terms of if you have any comments to provide to the task force. And also, while we're here, I'd like to explain the revision to 382. Thank you, Suna, for raising this to remind us that we should include the self-review thread as it is mentioned in the paragraphs below. And with that, we added the self-review thread and felt that we did not need to then spell out the fundamental principles. So we've taken the sentence out as revised in front of you. And I'll pause here to see if members have any comments on the paragraphs on introduction, which is 381 to 383.
Okay, Carla, there are no comments. We can move.
Perfect. So the next section is on the PA's role, public interest role in relation to the tax planning services. As you see in front of you, we made revision to 384A3, just to be consistent with other parts of the code where we refer to tribunal and court and other appropriate adjudicative body. So there is a minor editorial that the task force is proposing, and I'll pause here to see if members have comments on these paragraphs. Okay. Moving on to description of tax planning services. These changes that you see in front of you are what we discussed just now. I will go slowly in the paragraphs if you have anything additional to add. Okay. Then the next, we've come to related services. I know the task force will have to do a bit of work in terms of the feedback that we received earlier, especially from Luigi in terms of making a connection with the example. So we'll take that back and the task force is deliberate and come back with the proposed revisions. But other than that, is there anything else the members would like to raise for the paragraphs on related services? Next is the paragraphs on compliance with laws and regulation. The changes in front of you is what we discussed earlier. So I won't go into repeat mode and pause here to see if members have anything else to add to these paragraphs. Okay. Following on is the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance. And we've gone through these paragraphs earlier as well. And Luigi will remember to make the adjustment to the bullet point to add the word ensuring submission of the client's tax return as we discussed earlier. So I'll pause here to see if members have anything else to add to this section.
No additional comments. Thank you very much, Carla.
Then we come to responsibilities of PA. We did not receive feedback from the September meeting or any offline comments. So these paragraphs are intact as per the presentation at the September board. But I'll pause here to see if our members have any comments on these paragraphs. No. Okay. Then we come to basis of recommendation or credible basis. These are the paragraphs that we presented earlier as well. And we also noted a comment from Luigi earlier about successful challenge. I hope we've provided with our explanation, but the task force will further deliberate. If I may move on, then we come to the stand back. If I may remind the board, that is actually the stand back consideration and not the stand back test. So we'll stick with the phrase stand back consideration, and no changes be made from the September meeting. And I don't see any comments, so we will move along to arrangements involving multiple jurisdictions. No change. Okay. Next, we come to circumstances of uncertainty. We made a minor editorial adjustment in paragraph 380, 18A1. I'll pause here to see if we have further comments. And Luigi, to your point about making it clear on the ultimate beneficiary and how it fits into the test in this point, we'll make it clear in the basis of conclusion document. Next, we come to the potential threats, and the task force received feedback that we'll look at this paragraph on the bullet number 4. So task force will go back and deliberate and come back with a proposed revision. And other than that, as the feedback to clarify the perception of being excessive and the basis of conclusion. Other than that, does the members have any comments on these examples? And the point on the off the shelf in 380.19, the task force remembered to amend the wording to remove the phrase off the shelf package. So we'll do that. In 380.19 is just minor editorial to make the sentence read better.
Yes, Suman, please.
I have comments on 1983. The last blood is an element or is an example of actions the PA will take. So in the last blood, it says, not pursuing or advising the client not to pursue the tax planning arrangement. In this blood, I believe there are 2 elements. One is not pursuing the arrangement. Second is advising the client not to pursue the arrangement. So it should be divided. But my basic question is whether we should have not pursuing the tax planning arrangement. That should be done by the management or the client. Thank you.
Okay.
We will consider this, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving along. Then it comes to disagreement with the client. The revisions you see in front of you, what we discussed earlier, we did not receive further comments from the board, so no further revisions. And next is the arrangements developed by third party. And lastly is the paragraphs on documentation. We're good, okay. So Madam Chair, is it okay if we move to section 280 for the paragraph?
Yes, of course, and thank you very much for moving this text along and providing the opportunity to the members to make final comments, but apparently everybody's very satisfied what you have been presenting. So please.
So this is agenda item 3C, which had been previously provided for section 280, which is marked up from September meeting. The revisions you see in front of you mainly reflect the changes that we put through in 380 as well. So it is an alignment. So I will go through paragraph by paragraph. If there's any other further comments from the members that you would like to raise for section 280. I won't read out the paragraph numbers. I'll just go through and please stop me if you have any comments.
Sorry, Luigi, please.
Just a confirmation. It is obvious, but I would ask again. Everything we discussed about the section 3, okay.
Yes, confirm.
Confirming it.
Maybe it would be easy if I ask if anyone has comments on section 280.
Sunam, please.
On paragraph 19A4, in the middle, there is a little difference from 380. And we have here engaging on internal or external expert instead of legal counsel or other experts. What's written in the section 380. So I'm wondering what made the difference.
Thank you for raising this. We will look at this issue. Thank you. Anything else on 280?
No, I think that again, everybody's very much satisfied.
Okay, then I will come back to our slide show and I will ask for, or will present to you the proposed effective date. Okay. So we are now here in, next slide, please. Yeah, in December 2023. Hopefully we will have an approval on Friday. Then we want to prepare the basis of conclusion and the fatal floor review of the publication of the document in January 2024. There will be the PIOB meeting in April 2024 for certification. And the proposal is that the effective date should be more or less 1 year later, 30th of June 2025, but an early adoption will be permitted. So that's the proposal of the task force, and I'm interested in your responses.
Thank you, Jens. So reactions, feedback on the proposed effective date from the board members? Luigi?
Yeah, I have not a strong view on this matter, frankly. I am wondering whether just 1 year, almost 1 year of implementation is sufficient in order for this new section to be implemented in the jurisdictions, because it seems pretty short period. Then on one side, say this is my worry. On the other side, I've not, frankly, a very strong view whether this is right. 6 months before it should be better, but just concerned whether it is sufficient for those that need to perform the implementation.
Thank you, Luigi. Ken?
Yeah, I was going to maybe have a quick reaction to this, but I don't know, Sadia also wanted to comment on this or not, but maybe I would redirect the question to a national standard setter like IESBA, because IESBA is one of the standard setters that we are aware of that is very prompt in adopting IESBA pronouncements. And, if China could advise the board if a 1 year lead time would be perhaps unreasonably short, or would that be feasible in terms of adoption, processes at the national level? And my second observation is that no matter how much lead time the board allows for adoption and implementation, some jurisdictions will take however long they need, because they have to go for their national due process, consultation, etc., translation included. So even if the board were to set an 18-month sort of lead time for adoption, some jurisdictions will still go beyond that. But Chan, I don't know if you can advise the board if that is feasible from your perspective.
So can an added complication IESBA will have is that it has its own tax standard. So we will have to see, is there some duplication, and we'll have to go through a process of assessing the existing tax standard. And I think that would be the case even for the US AICP as well. So we have added complication of considering that. So that's why, like, my initial thinking is that we might take more than a year just because we have to deal with that added complication of trying to, take out some things in the national standard if it's already covered in the code. But if we didn't have anything like that, 1 year would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Sadia, please.
So we're a country without that added complication because the section would be adopted vanilla. 1 year is sufficient. I do worry about training, implementation, those type of things that gets done at a national or a jurisdictional level that needs to be considered. I have a question on the fatal flaw review, but I'll reserve that comment until after this discussion.
Okay, thank you, Sadia. Luigi. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, we hear you. Mark.
I suppose in one perspective is that actually 30th of June 2025 could be quite a challenge. Nevertheless, tax planning is a significant public interest issue, and therefore there is a strong case, I think, to hold with the 30th of June 2025 and not stretch out that period longer. And I think the discussion that we had about the inclusion of that particular paragraph relating to the circumstances that have been well publicized, we've done that to show that we are responsive and that we are, able to consider things and turn them around. And therefore, to move that further in the future probably would dilute the effort that's gone into that. So for those reasons, I recognise the challenge, but I support the 30th of June 2025.
Thank you, Mark. Chana, you want to add something to what you already?
Yeah, from a global perspective, just to be clear, I support 30th June 2025 because I think, as Mark laid out, it's a public interest issue. We have done the work, so I think we need to issue it. As Ken said, even historically, I know IPSB is quite fast, but historically, sometimes we have lagged 6 months behind. But that's not to say that the global standard shouldn't be there. It just will catch up 6 months later.
Thank you very much. Also because if approved, the standard will be out as of January. So it's not that, of course, the PIOB certification is the moment where the time starts counting. But anyway, there will be a possibility, an opportunity for the national standard setters and those regulators and etc. to get familiar with it even before. So I think it reduces the risk. Anyway, Rich, please.
I didn't know that maybe the task force has some thoughts they could share with us. I mean, for companies where that's the middle of the year, it sort of makes it effective January 1. It just seems odd to do it in the middle of the year. Why don't we just say years beginning after 12/15/2024? I know that's early, but that's going to be effectively what it's going to be. And to the points that being made here, we want to get, this is a hot issue. I don't know. I know I'm going to get yelled at for saying this from somebody, but I'm kind of struggling with, you're in the middle of the year, either that or why not years beginning after 12/15/2025, right? I don't know. It just seems odd that you do it in the middle of the year, but I'm sure there's a reason and I just haven't thought through it enough.
Okay, Jens.
The reason was that we are not talking about financial years here. We are talking about tax planning arrangements. And the idea is that engagements starting after the 30th June of 2025, I should have been more clear on that, are covered by this effective date. So no retrospective introduction, but just taking the middle of the year, but that was only simplifying, taking the certification in April and then a year later. And that's why we thought 30th of June is appropriate in giving a little bit more. And that's the reasoning or the thought process of the
I didn't appreciate that it wasn't retroactive, so to speak, or for engagements in process. So thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to maybe add an additional point of context, and that is that as we discussed earlier, and I think Andy raised that point about the rollout effort that will need to be put behind this new pronouncement. And it would almost kind of seem to be diluting that effort if the board were to say, well, this pronouncement still has another 18 months before it goes live. And yet we are making a lot of noise about it now. So I think we need to align the perceptions with reality, as it were. If the board is going to put a lot of effort in terms of really raising awareness and empowering firms to do the right thing, etc., and importantly on the regulatory side to take notice that the code has been strengthened. There are new provisions that really deal with the core of the issue of ethical behavior in tax planning. I would argue it behooves the board to really put its words into action, so to speak, and bringing the standard into effect at the earliest opportunity instead of waiting. Admittedly, 6 months perhaps is not an eternity, but in the context of perceptions, it would be sensible to have the standard become effective at the earliest opportunity.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, Galen, please.
So if I understand this, then when I'm looking at the phrasing for engagements or activities beginning, so if a firm or a professional accountant had provided these services in year one, and the standard doesn't go effective until year two, then and it doesn't repeat the planning, but the planning covers a longer period of time. How does that work? I'm just a little bit, I'm not that familiar enough with tax planning, but are these discrete engagements on an annual basis, or do they have a continuing life? And if they have a continuing life, at what point does the standard take effect? You follow what I'm saying, Jens?
First of all, the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework are applicable even now, today. So what we have done with our project, yes, we have a specific standard, and that would be also the response to Begonia's question. So we started by 0 in the code. We have only the conceptual framework and the fundamental principles, and now we have a robust system established. But on the other hand, everything is based on the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework. So our thinking was to say new engagements, to make it simple and clear. And by that, not having exactly the problems if you are starting before, but you're engaging later, or whatever kind of problems may occur. And we are thinking on the usual tax planning arrangement, which means it is a specific separate engagement. It's not an ongoing one. It's I want to do this, and I want to reduce my tax burden, and here, please advise me. And then this engagement is covered. So on a specific case, and as far as we understand and from our practical experience, that's the usual case for tax planning arrangement, not for compliance work, but for tax planning arrangement. So it's a specific advisory contract on a specific issue. And to be clear, we have chosen this date and only for new engagements. But we hope, and that's why we're saying early adoption is permitted, that it is a best practice without being effective before the 1st of July 2025. It will be the benchmark how professional accountants, even though not in force, effective, would make their thought process in a specific situation, in a critical situation. So that would be my answer.
Okay, Jens, thank you very much. I don't know if anyone wants to raise something with respect to the effective date.
Not maybe just one additional comment, if I may, Gabriel, not in relation to the effective date, but more in relation to the rollout effort that will need to be basically put together. The task force hasn't had a chance to discuss rollout clearly because the document is still up for approval by the board by the end of this week. But the planning for the rollout will need to occur during the first quarter of next year. And I would suggest that the task force, with the support of staff, bring together a plan for the rollout activities for the first quarter meeting next year. So by the March board meeting, that there is a session at the board where the plan will be basically proposed to the board for input and then put into action as soon as the PIB certifies the pronouncement. Again, all subject to a PIB consideration, etc. The rollout activities are going to be critical, and I say this in the context of feedback we continue to receive about misunderstanding about standards in the code, even standards that have been issued for quite a while. And recently, we heard that in some regions of the world, there is still a perception relative to the no-clause standard that there is no requirement oh no, sorry, that confidentiality cannot be set aside to enable disclosure of an issue of non-compliance with laws and regulations. And clearly that is not the case with the non-clause standard. And that perception is coming from the profession, so there is a lot of misunderstanding. So the importance of raising awareness, understanding, we cannot underestimate the amount of effort that it takes to really educate and really promote understanding of what the board has done with this pronouncement. So there's going to be a lot of work to be done.
Well said. Thank you very much.
I wondered if you could get clarity on the coordination between the tax planning and the sustainability ED, because I noted that the fatal flaw review will be in January.
It's at staff level, we've taken that into consideration. Obviously, the priority will be sustainability EDs out the door for market consultation, so that will go off the rank first. And then because PIOB certification is in April, we have a bit of time. So tentatively we put January, it could be the end, or it could be even early February.
Is this, were you referring, Carla, to the draft basis of conclusions for tax planning? Yeah, I would say even early February would be too early for the board.
Okay, sure.
It's going to be a lot of documents for the board to review in January. So I would probably suggest maybe towards the end of February. That would be more reasonable.
Oh, sorry. So are there any other comments or questions or clarifications in respect to what has been presented and what is being suggested by the task force? Well, if not, thank you very much, Jens, Carla, task force, Ken, for this impressive work. Thank you to the board for the very significant comments made, but for keeping focused on what really matters at this stage. I think that we are absolutely well positioned for a successful approval next Friday, but of course I don't want to anticipate the board's decision, and I wish the task force a good work tonight to fix what still has to be fixed, and it's not that much, so I hope that you are able to be free early in the evening. And I think that for today, Ken still wants to address some administrative issues. Ken, please.
Yes, just 2 items. Gabriel, if I may. Tomorrow, the board will begin its discussion on sustainability, starting with workstream 1, followed by workstream 2 on Wednesday. There won't be slides per se to walk the board through the issues that the 2 different workstreams will present. It will be a page turn, which will be facilitated by staff. So I just want to let the board know that this is a bit of the process we will take in going through the changes to the drafts over the next 2 days. And the second item is really about your IESBA sweater. The board will be asked to wear it on Thursday for the board picture. So you may wish to keep it in the room here. It's nobody will take it. I can guarantee. It is yours. But if you wish to wear it today, tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday as well, please do so. But otherwise, feel free to leave it in the room. And as I say, it will be there for you on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you all for this very good first day of the December board meeting. I think it was a very good meeting. Happy with how this progressed. Wish you all very good rest, except those who still have to work today. And we will meet tomorrow at 9, just like Ken has already said. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.